Saturday.
Sorry.
It says red.
I'll call the November 21st, 2016 council regular meeting to order and ask all of those who would like to join the council and myself in the Pledge of Allegiance to please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have two items under special business, a proclamation recognizing Dr. Rayburn Lewis, CEO of Swedish Issaquah, and a proclamation recognizing the Issaquah High School girls cross-country team. Dr. Rayburn, if you would join me at the lectern, please. Sure I get the right one.
I used to run cross-country too, but these girls could probably beat me.
I think you're right. So here's a proclamation, whereas Rayburn Lewis, MD, is a board-certified internal medicine physician who has been a member of Swedish medical staff since 1984 and has served in his current role as Chief Executive Officer of Swedish Issaquah since 2014. And whereas Dr. Lewis has served as CEO of the city's first community-based hospital, a facility that is deeply integrated into the community and dedicated to serving the residents of Issaquah. And whereas Dr. Lewis attended medical school and completed his residency at the University of Washington School of Medicine and achieved management certification through the VHA Physicians Leadership Program at the College of William and Mary. And whereas Dr. Lewis is a member of the King County Medical Society, the American College of Physician Executives, a past trustee of both the Washington State Medical Association and the Puget Sound Blood Center Board of Trustees, and currently president of the Washington State Association of Black Professionals in Healthcare. And whereas Dr. Lewis has been active in youth fitness for more than 25 years, including involvement with Seattle's Urban 4-H and the Cascade Bicycle Club, May or Taylor Project, and whereas Dr. Lewis has worked tirelessly over the past 2 years developing a local mental health high school program, and his efforts have resulted in a Swedish social worker at each of Issaquah's high school campuses to support and foster students' mental health. And whereas Dr. Lewis was instrumental in helping Swedish Issaquah achieve status as a high-level containment unit during the Ebola outbreak, one of only 7 in the region to achieve that status. And whereas Swedish Issaquah plans to carry Dr. Lewis's efforts forward by continuing to be part of the Issaquah Chamber of Commerce, supporting Issaquah Salmon Days, and supporting efforts for improved transportation. And whereas Dr. Lewis is retiring, he will continue to be part of the fabric of Issaquah and may be spotted at one of his favorite spots, the University House, where he enjoys having lunch with his 100-year-old mother-in-law. Now, therefore, I, Fred Butler, Mayor of the City of Issaquah, do hereby proclaim November 21st, 2016 to be Dr. Rayburn Lewis Day in the City of Issaquah, and I call upon the citizens of Issaquah to join in recognizing and expressing their appreciation for the dedication and service by Dr. Lewis to our city. In witness whereof, I hereunto set my hand and seal of the City of Issaquah this 21st day of November 2016.
Thank you.
Dr.
Thank you, Mayor.
Lewis. I'm not going to let your hand go just yet. You have really been instrumental in a lot of different things in our community, and when I mentioned we have become the fabric in our community, we are delighted to have one of the first new hospitals in the state of Washington here in our community, and Swedish Issaquah has an outstanding reputation and certainly a fine professional staff that you have helped nurture.
Well, thank
Rayburn,
you.
thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Let me give you a big hug, Dad.
Okay, young ladies, come on down. And Gwen Robertson, the coach. Just come right over here. Gosh, yes, I mentioned a little while ago, you all look like runners. I have a proclamation recognizing the Issaquah High School girls cross-country team. And there are a lot of whereases, just like the last one. But listen carefully to what I have to say, because that's really the important part of it, other than winning the 4A state championship in cross-country. Whereas the Issaquah High School girls cross-country team won the Class 4A title at the WIAA State Cross-Country Championships in Pasco, November 5th, 2016. And whereas the girls defeated the two-time defending champions from Camas to win the title with a final score of 90-108, with the low score winning in cross-country. And whereas the Issaquah Eagles won the King County League meet to qualify for state with the lowest point score in the history of the league. And whereas Issaquah's last girls cross-country crown came when the Eagles won 3 state titles from 1985 through 1987. And whereas all state recognition was earned by 3 members of the team. And whereas all 9 members are underclassmen, including 4 junior and 5 sophomores, giving Issaquah High School strong hope for a repeat. Now, therefore, I, Fred Butler, Mayor of the City of Issaquah, do hereby recognize and applaud Issaquah High School girls cross-country team, and I invite all citizens of Issaquah to join me in recognizing the team's hard work and outstanding skills, and I further commend the team for being such fine representatives of our city and the Issaquah School District. In witness whereof I hereunto set my hand and seal of the City of Issaquah this 21st day of November, 2016. And so, young ladies, coach, congratulations. Now, let's see, can everyone get a hand on this? All right. Oh, look. Okay, great. Congratulations. And I might say that I see a large number of parents in the back snapping pictures and with big smiles on your face. And I'm guessing these young ladies would not have been able to do it without your support at home, and certainly under Gwen, your support as coach. So again, thank you very, very much for bringing this recognition to the City of Issaquah and the Issaquah High School.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Our next order of business is Agenda Bill 7278, Growth Education Series, the Growth Management Act Overview. This is the first presentation in the city's Growth Education Series. These presentations are intended to provide the council and the public the opportunity to learn more about regional growth management, including state requirements and regional local efforts. We're delighted to have Interim Managing Director of Growth Management Services Local Government Division with the Washington State Department of Commerce. And with that, I would ask Dave Anderson to come to the lectern, and I'm sure this will be just as much fun as the two proclamations that we just presented, Dave.
Thank you. I will.
Thank you for coming to Issaquah for a little bit of education on this important topic.
You're welcome. It's my pleasure. Is the microphone on right now? Can you
Yeah,
guys hear
you're
me?
on.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and get started here. Well, again, thank you for having me out here to talk to you today about Washington's Land Use Framework, the Growth Management Act. I'm Dave Anderson. I'm with Department of Commerce. We're the part of the, I'm with the Growth Management Services Office, which is the part of the agency that works with local governments like yours on managing growth and infrastructure and housing and all those good things. So I'm going to start today by talking a little bit about why you would have a plan. Every business from the largest business down to someone just starting out a restaurant has a plan. Communities throughout the United States, both in rapidly growing states like Washington and in smaller, more rural states, they all have plans. So why would you want to have a plan? Well, I would propose that there are a few reasons why you'd want to have a plan. The first one is that land use decisions have long-term and largely permanent consequences for the shape and character of a community. So you want to get it right. I'm always reminded of Dances with Wolves. I don't know if you ever saw that movie, but there's one particular scene that struck me as there's a buffalo that's charging down a young brave who's in the middle of a buffalo hunt, and he needs to stop the buffalo very quickly. So what does he do? He aims, because he's got one shot. If you've got one shot, you aim. So part of the plan is about making sure that you make decisions carefully. Also, many individuals have to work together, and a plan is a way to coordinate it. It's also a way of accomplish something where you have to make persistent effort over a long period of time. Infrastructure projects, waters, sewers, roads, they have long lead times and long payback periods. They have lifespans 40 years or more. So you need to make sure they're done right. And lastly, and most importantly, I think, the public expects transparency and fairness. When there's a decision made about what investments the city is going to make, where different land uses are going to go, the public needs to know why. What's the reason why these things are done? If you're going to establish a critical area buffer and it's going to be 100 feet instead of 50 feet, why? Planning and the planning process is about supplying that answer to a large degree and making sure that you can tie those decisions back both to relevant facts and to values that the community's articulated, and that's what the planning process does. So every state in the union has a land use framework. Land use in America is largely governed by state laws. So every state has to figure out for itself and establish through its own laws how we are going to go about doing planning. And every state has a framework that's a little bit different. Some of them were quite intentional, others they've sort of wandered into, but you've got one in every state. And these are some of the things that I would propose make a good land use framework. Okay. The first one is that the public has a voice in decisions. This goes all the way back to the Progressive era. Goes through the Open Public Meetings Act, through the Public Disclosure Act, but there's an opportunity for people to come and say their piece. And when the public is making an important public decision with public consequences, people expect to be able to say something. Again, that decisions are based on relevant facts. They're made in public based on valid public concerns. But some other things is when you make a decision, it stays made. and you're not constantly going back and revisiting those decisions. But at the same time, you've also got a process that favors adaptive behavior. So when conditions change and new information comes about, you have a way to incorporate that into the process. So these are all some of the things that go into establishing what is a good framework for how we plan in a state. So I want to talk in particular about two very specific expectations, and I'm sure to all of you who've been working around planning and housing and development issues in communities have probably heard both of these things. The first one, I need to know what I can do. Just tell me what I need to do to pull my permit. And the second one, this affects my neighborhood and my home, and I should have a say in what happens. It's really this inherent tension between a very deliberative process and one that is certain and predictable and has clear timelines. And the public has an expectation for both. And every land use framework in America and every state has to find some way to resolve these. And we have arrived at a particular compromise on these in Washington, and it has to do with planning decisions and zoning decisions. So when you're talking about a planning decision, the comprehensive plan, the adoption of the comprehensive plan, there's a very heavy emphasis in Washington on a continuous deliberative process with lots of opportunities for public comment and lots of opportunities to be involved. Very heavy emphasis on that when you're talking about the comprehensive plan in Washington. Now, once the comprehensive plan is adopted in Washington, there is a very heavy emphasis when you get to individual project permit decisions on certainty and predictability. So once you've made that decision, a deal's a deal, it stays made. When you get to the permit counter, things move very quickly. So if you look at pieces of Washington law, like how are appeals of comprehensive plans governed versus how appeals of individual project decisions are governed, you see those sorts of differences, very, very sharp dichotomy between those two things. So that's the way SEPA applies to these two things, operates the same way. So there again, that's a particular way that Washington has addressed this. It's designed to have very heavy emphasis up front on participation, but then once that's done, and once you're down in the project permit level, things are designed to go very quickly and very predictably. So here's Washington's framework, and when we talk about the Growth Management Act, there's a particular piece of statute, 3670A, that is called the Growth Management Act, but the Growth Management Act really works within a larger framework that also includes all the statutes governing cities and counties in Title 35 and 36, the Local Project Review Act, which governs those permitting processes that I just talked about, the Shoreline Management Act that governs acts around shorelines, the State Environmental Policy Act, statutes governing how we charge impact fees, statutes governing water and water availability, subdivision, regional planning, all of these are part of Washington's framework, and they all exist within a larger umbrella of other kinds of laws that affect how local governments work. How do taxes work? How do special purpose districts operate? How does annexation procedures work? Those also sort of form the thing that we work in when we're implementing a comprehensive plan. And of course, those all fall within both the Washington state and the national Constitution. So when people are talking about the Growth Management Act, at one level they're talking about this very specific statute, 3670A, that was adopted at this very specific point in time back in the early 90s. But really what you're talking about in a large degree is you're talking about this larger framework. And the GMA, since it was adopted, has since come to mean not only that one statute, but it really means this whole set of laws that we work with governing all of these different things. And when you're talking about both issues in planning, both problems and solutions, both of those are sometimes found in one particular section that we think of as the GMA, and sometimes they're found within the way they work within this larger framework. So how do we get here? Well, this was what our framework looked like before the GMA was passed in the 1990s, okay? Plans were there. They were largely advisory. They were very aspirational. They weren't terribly constrained by resources, and they didn't have a whole lot of teeth in and of themselves. The big decisions were made at the permit counter. the zoning decisions and the rezone decisions, the things that were done on individual project permit applications. They didn't necessarily have to be connected with the comprehensive plan. They were really kind of done on their own. And they were done in silos. So your capital facilities plan was not necessarily done in conjunction with the zoning. So you could go one direction with your zoning, another direction with your capital facilities plans, and there was a lot of silo governance. The SEPA decisions with all the hearings, those were done on individual permits, individual projects. So if you had a large subdivision coming in, that was largely a discretionary decision, which means you'd have a lot of people showing up at a hearing to talk about that particular subdivision. One of the things we found is once that subdivision was approved or not approved, you'd have the same conversation all over again the next time a subdivision came through, and then the next time the subdivision came through, and then the next time the subdivision came through. And we were finding that there were lots of arguments that never had a way to get resolved in a way that helped communities move forward. So here's sort of one of the pieces of the creation myth of the GMA was the fabled trip up I-5 by the Speaker of the House at the time, a guy named Joe King. And this is how he describes it. But the real take-home for him was looking around at the traffic and the development occurring and asking, well, who's really in charge? Who's looking at all of this? And realizing that there really wasn't anybody who was looking at all of this. And so the Growth Management Act was born in large part as a way to help find a way to resolve these conflicts that couldn't be resolved any other way. So we created the GMA that we have, and I'm going to talk about a few different pieces of it. I'm going to talk about what I like to call the differentiated landscape, a term I got from a mentor of mine named Joe Tovar. I'm going to talk about the goals of GMA, I'm going to talk about requirements, and I'm going to talk about roles and procedures. And when you think of roles and procedures, one of the things I want you to listen for and think about is the information flows. That's a very important part of how public decision-making gets made. How does information flow from one organization to another, and how does information flow from one set of decisions to another? So when I've made this set of decisions, how does that feed into and constrain or support the next set of decisions my community has to make so it all works together? That's what I mean by information flow. So in the GMA establishes different kinds of land that local governments are responsible for designating. And then it says the law is going to apply differently to these different types of land. So kind of like you've got commercial and industrial and residential land at the city level. At the statutory level, it says we're going to establish different types of, or we're going to make a framework that has different types of land, and then local governments are going to determine exactly where those apply within their community. So you start with resource lands. Agricultural, forest, and mineral resource lands, counties are obligated to designate these, and then they're obligated to assure their conservation so that these lands that have been set aside for resource production can continue to be used over the long term for resource production. They established urban lands, cities, towns, incorporated areas, and unincorporated areas called urban growth areas. These are the areas where most of the growth is going to go, because it's got to go somewhere. So placing it in urban areas assures that it's affordable to provide adequate public facilities to those areas. And then rural lands, the lands that are outside of the urban growth areas that are not going to get urban governmental services, but you still have to plan for those. And you still have to establish at the county level what kind of regulations and what kind of densities are going to be in place in order to assure that those lands can continue to persist as economically viable rural lands, and that they continue to maintain their rural character in terms of look and feel and their capacity to provide services. So urban, natural resources, and rural lands. So the GMA establishes goals. And one of the things you'll look, these are all the goals of the Growth Management Act. There's 14 of them. One of the things you may notice when you look at them is, first, there's a lot of them. And secondly, if you read them carefully, you can see how these can exist in tension. and how you can have situations where really going for one goal looks like it may be in conflict with another goal. So how does that work? Well, the statute says that local governments are, with their planning documents, responsible for harmonizing these goals and finding a locally appropriate balance, which sounds like a very challenging thing. What that basically comes down to in the statute is there needs to be some weight to all of them, but you can't use the goals as a pretext for violating the clear core substantive mandates. When push comes to shove, what we're finding is you can't really be found out of compliance on a goal challenge alone. As long as you're meeting the basic requirements, you really have a tremendous amount of flexibility in terms of how you implement the goals and what kind of balance you give to the goals and what kind of weight you give to the goals in any particular planning decision. And it's also not possible that you establish one perfect balance that applies across everything. But generally within the plan, these are the things you're generally working for. So the next thing is the core substantive mandates. These are the requirements you'll find in the law, the things you have to do. When you're balancing the goals, you don't balance them against the core substantive mandates. So you've got to protect critical areas. You've got to designate and assure the conservation of resource lands. New growth needs to go to urban growth areas. You need to provide sufficient capacity of land suitable for development. That's the little 115 part on urban growth areas. What that basically boils down to is if you're saying in your plan that this is the density and this is that we expect to accommodate here, when you actually go into your regulations, you need to be able to pull a permit for the density you've said you're going to allow. A lot of it is a no surprises requirement. New development may not be allowed unless you've got concurrency, adequate public facilities. You can't preclude essential public facilities, and cities and counties have to provide for early and continuous participation. These are the basic core substantive mandates. Now within that, there's a lot of regional variation, and one of the questions is, well, what laws apply to which jurisdictions? And although there's largely two buckets in the state, fully planning and not fully planning, when you look at all the requirements in the statute, you can really pick out these four different classifications. You've got the really slow-growing counties in the rural parts of the state. I happen to be from Spokane, so a lot of my neighbors are out in this area. You've got to protect critical areas, conserve resource lands, and you've also got the same requirements from some of the other pieces of the planning framework. They've got to do SEPA just like a big county does. They're following the Subdivision Act the same way, the Planning Enabling Act the same way. Then you've got most of the other counties in the state, about 24, I think, of them. They're the fully planning ones. They've got to set urban growth areas and such. In addition to that, you've got Clark and Thurston, which are fully planning jurisdictions, but they also have to do what we call the Buildable Lands Program, which is an ongoing monitoring program that all the big metro counties have to do. It's where you have to, on an ongoing basis, look at how much growth is occurring, looking at how much capacity you have, and assuring that you're continuing to have the amount of capacity in your community. It's kind of like that sufficient land capacity one, only there's a requirement for periodic and ongoing reporting. Clark and Thurston have to do that as well. In addition to that, you've got the central Puget Sound counties. They're also buildable lands counties, but in addition to that, they also have multi-county planning policies that are established through the Puget Sound Regional Council, and that's a responsibility for the central Puget Sound counties as well. So these are sort of the regional variation, and as you can see, as you would expect in a state, it flows from the relatively sparsely populated jurisdictions without a lot of capacity and without a lot of growth, who have a relatively small set of requirements, all the way up to the very large, high-growing metro jurisdictions that have to plan with a lot more rigor, and that's sort of how the GMA is set up. So now I want to talk about roles. How am I doing on time, Fred?
You've got about 7 minutes left.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to talk about roles and procedures, and this is the information flows thing. One of the things you see is the comprehensive plan, and then you've got the capital facilities development regulations flowing in next. So once you've adopted that plan, the next step is then the comprehensive plan decisions, in terms of capital investments and the adoption of development regulations then flow from that comprehensive plan. It's not siloed, but they're both tools to implement it, the comprehensive plan. And then the kinds of projects that people build on the ground, most of the decisions that affect your community are actually the decisions that are made about what kind of building do I build, what's feasible to build. Where am I going to make my investments? Those kinds of decisions that the private sector made. Those are the project development decisions, and those are largely governed by what the zoning and the development regulations allow, and also what kind of capital facilities you've constructed that are able to support that. And those decisions then are what govern project development. So if you've ever looked at a comprehensive plan, this is sort of what it looks like. You've got all these different elements that are required, the land use element, the housing element, et cetera. And then if you actually dig into those elements, what do you find? Well, you find there's goals and policies that sort of establish what the community hopes to achieve. What are we hoping to get out of it? What do we want to be? Then you'll find a collection of relevant facts, okay? Inventories of things like land use. How much commercial land do we have? How much commercial land has the market been absorbing over the last 20 years? How much do we think we'll need to accommodate the rest of it? What kind of revenue can we expect from the types of revenue sources we have available to us today? These are what you'd find in an inventory and analysis that sort of define what are the things that are going to constrain our decisions and what are the likely consequences of our decisions. And then what you find next is strategies and commitments. So what are we trying to achieve? What do we have to work with? And then, okay, now what are we going to do? What strategies are we going to make? What kind of implementation tools are we going to use? That's generally how the planning process flows. And that's what you'll find in a typical comprehensive plan. So coordination is the act of maintaining consistency, both within your jurisdiction, assuring that there's not silos, and also with adjacent jurisdictions. So I mentioned the multi-county planning policies. There's also these things called countywide planning policies that are adopted at the county level. These are the things that are going to govern how do we ensure consistency between jurisdictions. So the decisions that one organization make does not thwart the decisions that the other organizations make. That's really the defining characteristic of consistency. And these are the things that are established. The multi-county and the countywide planning policies sort of establish that framework. And the GMA is an evolving framework. Every year there are little bitty amendments to the GMA. The courts have continued to interpret the GMA, and every year we continue to work through this. But over the grand scheme of things, Mary Margaret Haugen is one of the legislatures that was originally around when the GMA was adopted, and she's still around. And she talks about sort of what she sees as one of the hallmarks of the way we're doing things. And the main one is she says that people are just talking to each other about these things. They're not done in silos anymore, and that's what she sees as the greatest accomplishment. So with that, thank you very much for having me out. If you're interested in knowing more about this, or those of you in the audience who have a real interest in this, I would encourage you to come to one of our short courses. We offer we offer a training program that's basically a boot camp for new planning commissioners, but it's open to the public, and we're delighted to have anyone who'd like to come and hear more about this. We'd sure love to have you at a short course. So with that, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions at this time? Seeing none then?
Can
Dave?
I actually have a question?
Oh,
Thanks, sorry. Thanks for the presentation, that was very helpful. I am not that familiar with all the details in the Growth Management Act, but I was interested in the part you talked about not working in silos. And my basic understanding is that the cities do plan within their own boundaries and take into account concurrency. But between two cities, how do we ensure that those pieces of the transportation network that connect us are also tracking along the same with growth?
Well, the main ways that's done in King County and in a lot of counties is there's a regional arterial network that sort of establishes off of the big major state highways. There's another regional arterial network, and the levels of service you set, the amount of expectations, the amount, what kind of expectations you have for the performance of that system, and the forecasts about how much traffic is going to occur on those systems, that those occur both at the local level and also at the regional level. So there's fairly regular meetings of the public works staff and of the planning staffs in the jurisdictions to try to work these issues out when you're looking at the regional arterial
I guess
network.
just a follow-up question would be then, in the act itself, if growth is occurring within designated areas and the connectors, the highways and arterials between them, is there, if they fail, is there a check and balance to meter growth or to take a step backwards or take a pause, or what do we do when those connecting roads fail?
Well, that's a good question, and that's really the heart of one of the requirements that we mentioned in here, the requirements of concurrency, which is that you establish a level of service, which is sort of what your target is going to be for that facility, and then when you're developing your plan, the plan is designed to assure that you know what kinds of facilities and services are necessary to meet the demand for those facilities. And that's the concurrency that occurs at the plan level. And then at the individual project development level, there's a mechanism that you have called a concurrency management system that identifies how much impact is going to be occurring by the developments, and then making sure that they pay their fair share into it, and that you're monitoring that performance of that system over
I guess
time.
my last part to that is then, does the state and county also follow concurrency on their network of roads?
There's an exemption for state highways, highways of statewide significance, where they still do planning, they still set level of service, they still look at local traffic needs, but there is not this obligation on the part of local governments that you deny development if there's a problem on the larger state system. So if I-90 is grinding to a halt, there's not an obligation that you have to stop development everywhere in Issaquah and Sammamish until the state fixes that, because it's a state facility. Local governments really don't have enough wherewithal to go and plan for that system entirely on their own. So holding up the development in any one jurisdiction for something that's a large statewide problem wasn't the system the legislature contemplated when it adopted the state transportation facility requirements.
Thanks.
Does that help?
Other questions or comments? Seeing none then, Dave, thank you very, very much for that tutorial. I appreciate that very, very much. And rest assured that this is not the only audience that will see this. We rebroadcast our council meetings on our Government Access Channel 21. So if you want to see how well you did, tune in. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Going to adjust the agenda just a little bit before two other special business items, and move now to audience comments. And so citizen comments are an important part of the public process. We take them seriously and factor them into the decisions we make. Anyone from the public who wishes to comment will have the opportunity to do so. Please direct your comments to the whole council and not individuals. While this is not a question and answer session, we will contact you to follow up if needed. If you did not have an opportunity to include your email address on the sign-in sheet, you may leave that information on the clipboard, which will be placed on the tables in front of me. Recognized, please use the lectern, speak into the microphone, state your name, address, and relationship to the city. Limit your comments to 5 minutes. If you have written comments, please submit those to the city clerk. So, do we have the timer? Okay. A visual timer has been placed on the lectern. When it turns yellow, you are within the last minute of your comment period. If you use the full 5 minutes, the timer will sound to indicate the end of your allotted time. And so with that, again, citizen comments, written and verbal, are an important aspect of the public process. We take them seriously, and we thank members of the public for taking the time to address us during our meetings. And so has anyone signed up to speak this evening?
Yes, Bob Powers.
Good evening. My name is Bob Power, 165 Northeast Juniper Street, Suite 100, Issaquah, and I'm here representing Seacon LLC, Gilman Point Self-Storage, and Issaquah Studio Lofts. And current status of where we are right now, the city has issued us a permit, and we're under construction for a self-storage project. We have an ASDP permit for the front lot, which would allow us to build about 11,000 square foot retail superstore. And as a condition of that permit, we are required to construct a C-curb into Gilman Boulevard that would prohibit left-hand turns in and out to the businesses located to the north of Gilman, north on Gilman from basically Pagachas to the Shell station. And we've requested a development agreement. We've requested to partner with the city on a development agreement that would allow us to continue to move forward with the Studio Loft project in lieu of the tire store. And we're proposing to do a voluntary improvement to Gilman that would relocate the signal that's currently at the Three Trails crossing and put it basically to line up with Juniper and Market on Gilman and create a fully signalized interchange. We think the benefit to the city in doing this is that it will solve an increasingly dangerous pedestrian and bicycle problem where people tend to cut across Gilman rather than going up to the signal. It solves a problem for all the business owners located on the north side of Gilman between our project and the Shell station. Essentially, if this project goes in with the C-curb as presently planned, then all these businesses are going to be forced to have all their clients go west on Gilman to try and make a U-turn and come back, or what I think would be the worst outcome would be to try to cut through the Shell parking lot and make a left-hand turn across Front Street to get back to I-90. We think our project solves both of these issues, and it also avoids some of the misconceptions that came out of the signal that got put in at Atlas and restricting growth or fully signalized access to all the businesses. We think the benefit of moving ahead with this project as a development agreement in light of the moratorium in effect is that we are, I think, honoring all the items that have been raised in the moratorium as issues that have created problems for the city. We're talking about a mixed-use project that has no residential. It provides all structured parking. It provides for a strong pedestrian link to Gilman and to the trail system. And it has already been architecturally vetted through the planning department in advance of the moratorium taking effect. Timing for us has become a real issue. We are in the position now in the first quarter of next year having to construct some significant improvements on Gilman. We have to rebuild the water lines that are located basically almost down from the Shell station across the frontage. And if this project goes forward, we really need to coordinate at least the engineering relative to the traffic signal so that the underground conduits and utilities can go in concurrently with the other improvements that are taking place on Gilman. This is what makes the project an economically viable project for us to partner with the city on. And so we need to get those issues worked out. I guess the outcome of this, if we don't go forward with this, then our partners are basically putting us back in a position of trying to move forward with not our favorite outcome, which would be the tire superstore, and we end up with a C-curb that really doesn't, I think, help the community. And I guess the last thing is, because we've addressed time is money, this project, I think, will bring in close to $1 million in terms of either mitigation or permitting fees. So we hope you consider our request for a development agreement for the site. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Dave Wagner.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. David Wagoner, 360 Northwest Dogwood Street, Apartment K204. I made a presentation to the mayor on Veterans Day of a token flag and immediately took it back from him because I didn't want him to escape with it, because it was part of the flags that we were going to donate to the city. So I'm here with that token flag again because I don't believe all council members know that our VFW post for the last 10 years have given the flags to the city, where we have soldiers, sailors, airmen in harm's way. We want to make sure that this city stands tall with brand new flags every year to fly in their honor, so that they know that they are supported by their hometown if Issaquah happens to be their hometown. One sad thing to come before you, I can tell you, I watched on the news today the terrible, terrible thing that happened in San Antonio, Texas. We see a lot of terrible things on the news every day. But for an officer to put on a uniform and serve his city is just like a soldier or a sailor or a Marine putting on their uniform and serving their country. And to see that officer assassinated for no other reason than just to be assassinated, I can only imagine the grim feeling that we would have in this city if that was to happen to one of our officers. We've got to find a way to stop this. And it's all going to come down to us, everybody in this room. And the streets of Issaquah and the community, we have to find a way to stop it. So I thank you for your time. We will have 14 brand new flags for the city. We only use about 10 a year, but we're going to make sure that there's, in case there's a problem with one of the flags, that we'll have that flag for backup. Anyway, thank you, and thank you.
Thank you. Is there some way we can turn the screen off?
Yeah, I can do that.
Or the deck, or the... I know we're going to need the screen after this, but can we... Oh, that looks much better. The city of Issaquah, Washington. That's great.
Okay.
Is anyone else signed up to speak? Is there anyone else in the audience? Yes, please.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name's Jennifer O'Neill, and I'm representing the Chinese Information Service Center Cultural Navigator Program. And we were recommended for funding from the Human Services grants. This is the first time ever, and we're very appreciative. And I just wanted to say a few words about what we've been doing. We are a group that builds bridges between immigrant communities and their new adopted community. We have people on staff who speak Spanish, Russian, Indian languages, and I myself speak Arabic and Chinese. And we provide new immigrants with a feeling of comfort that they can come to us and talk in their own language and find out any kind of information that they would like, whether it be how do I sign up for health insurance, what are immigration laws that affect me, or how can I apply for housing, or most recently with a lot of our Chinese immigrants, many of whom are here in Issaquah, how can I be a part of things? And they just, the 500 strong New Chinese Immigrants Association had a big event on Saturday that I attended, and I just spoke to people. And in fact, they was the Presbyterian Church on East Lake Sammamish, so it's actually within Issaquah. They have a they have a service there every, I believe, Sunday at 2 o'clock. They share that church with the other congregation. And so many people were saying, we really want to contribute to life here, but because of maybe language or because of just being from another country with a very different system, we're not sure how. And we are an organization that was established, the CISC, Chinese Information Service Center. It was established in the International District in Seattle in the 70s to serve that population of Chinese immigrants and later all immigrants. And now we're out here and we find, oh, we have a lot of people that maybe don't have economic needs, but they do have needs in terms of really playing a larger role in the community. I know people at that church, they go to some Native American reservations and do ministry out there and help people there. And so I just think it's a tremendous potential for volunteers, for contributions, and we're doing a lot of that work here in Issaquah. They're having a big celebration that they hope they can get you, Mr. Mayor, to come to, and I will give you information about that. But we just want to say how very appreciative we are, and we're going to work very hard in Issaquah in the coming year, and really look forward to working with all of you. Thank you.
Jennifer, thank you very, very much. Is there anyone else desiring to speak this evening? Mr. Kapler. Jennifer, do we have your email address?
Oh, no, I need to write it.
Good evening, David Kapler, 255 Southeast Andrews Street. Mr. Wagner did not mention that today, for the first time in over a year and a half, he could go to the senior center and not be under threat of arrest, which was kind of nice. And thanks for the mayor being there today. And we had we got a lot of new members today. A lot of us paid our $15 so we could be a member for less than a month and a half. But that's how it goes. As you know, the council especially knows, I've had a lot to say about that we need a new 501c3, a new nonprofit group to run the place. The more I've worked with our new parks director and the more I hear about the senior center that he ran in Kent when he was the park director down there, the much more comfortable I am that the city would be a good operator of such a facility. I think there are some advantages to having a good 501c3 that has a great contract and a great lease and all those kinds of things that could maybe get some grants that maybe the city couldn't get, maybe will cause some volunteering that the city might not see. But I'm quite positive about the future under the city's operation of that facility. Tomorrow I can't make it to the conference on transportation that hopefully all of you are going to be at. And as I was seeing the presentation, I was thinking the same thing that Mary Lou was getting at with her question. Two urban areas that are right next to each other, two different jurisdictions. Yeah, there's ways to get connected. I mean, we have those connections between Sammamish and Issaquah and Bellevue, and a lot of those things, and there's arterial boards and other sources of money and those kinds of things. Where it falls apart is those other two classifications of land, the rural land and the resource land. Hobart-Issaquah Road is through a rural area. The Highway 18 is through basically a forest and resource land between the creeks and rivers there, salmon issues there, and forestry with the raging river forest on one side of that road and Tiger Mountain State Forest on the other side. There's some complications. So, and the money out there is short. If I would hope you'll all be a broken record tomorrow about the need to do something about Highway 18. It's not just the time wasted there, the frustration and all of that. It's a death trap. When you have 1 mile backups both east and west in the PM peak time onto a section of 70-mile-an-hour highway, it is just nuts. I can remember as a kid living in Bellevue and hearing the head-on collisions on US 10 over on Mercer Island and hoping it wasn't my dad coming home from work that was in that accident. And I think a lot of people are choosing to come through Issaquah going this way, even if it might take longer, because at least they're not going to be in high-speed accidents on Highway 18. It's going to be a much slower accident on our very frustrating Hobart-Issaquah Road. As long as people see Hobart Issaquah as being acceptable and Highway 18 being dangerous and slow, we're going to have, our problem here is certainly going to get worse. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Anyone else desiring to speak? Mary?
My name is Mary Lynch, and I reside at 2690 Northwest Oakcrest Drive, Issaquah, Washington. And what I want to first just talk about is I have met with the mayor and Emily and have heard that you're not planning to adopt Vision Zero per se. But I still would like to say that Issaquah really needs to adopt the 4 E's of Vision Zero: enforcement, education, engineering, and emergency services. And I would like to speak on enforcement. Again, the last couple of days have been walking. I'm dog sitting dog along Newport Way. And I talked to the mayor over a month ago when I met with him. People are going 35 to 40 to 45 miles still on Newport Way. Now that it's dark, and I was down there right at 5 o'clock today, there was most of the cars going 35 to 45 miles an hour. And I stood actually in front of the mile-per-hour sign with the dog, with the light on. People didn't put their brakes on. They didn't slow down. And they could see me. They had no idea what was going to happen with my dog, or to know that I had him on a short lead. They didn't slow down. You can normally see what's going the opposite. That was going away from Issaquah. When there's no cars coming away from Issaquah, you still get the recording of what people coming into Issaquah are doing. They're doing even faster because they don't see the speed sign. We need enforcement, not only there, but everywhere. Behavior needs to change. And I've talked with Bill Ramos here, and I think he's mentioned it before. The police can help change that behavior when they stop and make a citation. We've asked a couple of times and not gotten responses on how many citations actually have been issued since last year along Newport Way. And I would doubt that very few citations have been issued. We've not been able to have that number. I think probably more than not was warnings. But we have seen very little presence, especially lately out there. And now that it's dark in the morning and the night, we have a lot of people that do ride or walk into Issaquah, park and ride, to get the bus. And we have a lot of, I was just talking with the woman, Jennifer, that presented, we have a lot of grandparents that are walking children down along Newport Way with little ones that easily could dart out into the street. And at 40 to 45 miles an hour, they're not going to survive. We need to have enforcement. I know we're short, but we need to put emphasis there. We need all the police that are out there. Whenever they're out there, they need to pull people over if they're speeding. I also, with enforcement, was walking with the Director of Operations for the schools. Because Second, although a lot of us have come and talked about Second, it was identified in the traffic PED study that there's supposed to be change. We've seen no changes to Second Avenue. You just congratulated the cross-country team. They routinely use Second Avenue to run along and cross, and they come off the Rainier Trail, they cross over to the other trail. There is no good warning, there is no good lights, they're there late in the evening, and they need to also be better trained, and I've talked that with the school, but we as a town and city need to improve Second Avenue and make it safe for everybody. We need enforcement, because everybody that drives Second, they know exactly where those traffic camera things are. So you see them speed, they get there. Most of them, if they're not on their cell phones, slow down. Those that get caught are normally on their cell phones and thinking about something else. You actually can bypass those because there's a center lane where there are no sensors. And I've repeatedly seen people go around those sensors and continue to speed and not get caught. That's unacceptable. So we need better engineering along there also. And that being said, when we talk about engineering, I just heard something about Gilman. I've also talked with Kurt Schimman about the Atlas project. I hope that if you design a new intersection down there on Juniper, that there are pedestrian refuges. Or the Atlas project should have never been built without pedestrian refuge. When you're talking 35 miles an hour and a congested area, people are going to get hit and they're going to get killed there. And if you do something with the Juniper one, now if you're moving the pedestrians down to there, you're going to have problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Anyone else desiring to speak this evening? Anyone else desiring to speak? Third and final call. Seeing no one, audience comments are closed. We will now move to Agenda Bill 7297, Old Town Planning Design. And David and Andrea are here to provide a joint presentation on what's going on Front Street and in the Old Town.
Yes, we are. Thank you.
And let me just point out that this presentation will also reference 2 items under the consent calendar proposing project acceptance for the Front Street improvements. That's Agenda Bill 7135, Front Street Railroad Crossing Upgrade, and Agenda Bill 7137, Front Street Sidewalk Drainage Project. I hope I didn't steal your entire presentation with that.
Half of it, but we've got other things to talk about. Thank you. But we will start by talking about those 2 agenda bills and say thank you. We're here to give you, I guess, an update or refresher on the work that many of us are doing on the Old Town area of Issaquah. And the 2 agenda bills the mayor mentioned kind of bring us here tonight. Here are 2 slides that show highlights of the railroad crossing project and the one prior, the Front Street work, storm drainage, and ADA ramp repairs that were completed. Speaking for the Public Works Department, I think pleased to say these projects were completed ahead of schedule and under budget. So those are the 2 construction projects before you here tonight. We're here more to talk about the broader picture of planning and design work that has been happening and will continue to happen over the next year or so. We'll hop to slide 3, which talks about, and I'll step back, this is next steps. In the last 2015 and part of 16, we have worked with the Old Town Vitality Task Force, a group of downtown stakeholders who came up with this report here that you may recall is online. It's on our website. They came up with a series of recommendations, 2 key ones. One, to update the Old Town Plan, as well as the development standards, the zoning and the design standards that were adopted back in 1999 and 2001. So it's been quite a while on those. And secondly, to create a consistent and well-designed streetscape plan for kind of the Front Street area that Andrew will talk about in a minute. What we are working on now is kind of on those 2 parallel projects. They're kind of separate, but we recognize they come together. So in the blue box over here is kind of the general framework is to set the vision and direction for the next many years and to confirm that this plan right here, which we had adopted back in '99 and hasn't really been looked at too much since then, confirm, is this still the vision of development for the Old Town area? And then implementing that vision, like you heard from the GMA guy just a bit ago, we take actions to implement the vision, and that's adopting perhaps new updated development standards or development code, zoning standards. And that's kind of a list of the possible actions that may happen. We're not done yet, but we anticipate some of those elements may be an outcome of the plan and were recommended from the Old Town Vitality Task Force last year. So that's the brief part about the Old Town Plan update. And I'll turn over to Andrew about the streetscape.
Thank you, Dave. I'd like to jump back, if I may, to the first 2 slides. And just, I'd like to emphasize that these were projects that were completed on Front Street that really focused on fixing some of our infrastructure problems that we had. So they fixed the drainage system that was pooling up outside of jacks and outside of stands. Those were much needed repairs. And I think from the questions that I've received so far from the community is, okay, so wait, was that it? Was that the streetscape plan? Are we done now? What does this mean with the task force requirements? And so we're not done. And that's one of the reasons why I think we wanted to present to you today, was to talk about, okay, so what are the next steps? We've completed these fixes to some of the failing infrastructure, but there's also more to come. And I think that's the emphasis of tonight. So, so in addition to the drainage and sidewalk, in order to get to that drainage infrastructure, of course, we had to tear up the sidewalk and repave it. Also, in order to fix some of the non-compliant crossings, we had to tear some things up and repave them. We did build in as much as we could into these projects based off of the Vitality Task Force that Dave mentioned earlier, to make sure that that we got the basic idea of the task force recommendations and reflected them, but also didn't want to build too much into these projects without going through this greater community process for streetscape planning. And so that's what I'd like to talk about next. So back to that orange box. So the streetscape plan, here is just some of the bulleted items for what is involved in the scope of that plan. The streetscape plan is going to address that sidewalk question. So the repairs that we made to the drainage system and the subsequent sidewalk paving really only affected one block between Sunset and Olde of the downtown. And there's more to take a look at and make sure that it reflects what the community would like to see. It's also going to talk about street trees. So that's another question that I know I've received, is why haven't we replaced the trees on Front Street? Why haven't we replanted them? And that's because we want to make sure that we put in the right tree. Right now, that I have heard that there's 4 to 6 different species of trees on Front Street. So let's make sure that what we put in is actually what we want to have there. Then also, if we plant these trees, do we want to have other planters or other things around these trees? So let's just have that conversation as a community, find out what the community wants. Other things that are going to be addressed throughout this process, things like pedestrian lighting, street furniture, benches, tables, what do those look like? What does the community want to see there? And there's a few other things involved in the scope as well, including connections to Front Street from things that are maybe just a block off that folks don't really know about or are hard to get to, and also some concept designs for 2 areas off of Front Street, which include the entrance to the fish hatchery and the area behind jacks and stands that's kind of between Pedestrian Park and Depot Park in that area. And then, of course, cost estimates. Let's see what these suggestions look like, and then we can go towards implementing. I think Dave talked about we're going to get the plan, and then implementing the plan would be the step after that. So I'm going to turn it back over to Dave, and he can talk about the timelines for the Old Town Plan. The point of this slide is really to show that we recognize these projects involve a lot of stakeholder involvement from very similar stakeholders. We know that folks that are interested in what happens in the Old Town Plan are also really interested in what happens in this more focused plan that's the Front Street Streetscape Plan, or the Downtown Streetscape Plan. So we've been trying to coordinate outreach as much as possible for the convenience of our downtown stakeholders and folks interested. There's a lot to unpack here. We just kind of gave some of the highlights, so we'd be happy to answer questions about that. And Dave, do you have anything else you'd like to say about the Old Town Plan timeline?
I'd just say, no, there's many different ways to get, we want to get public outreach as much as possible, many different ways. There's some bullets or boxes up there that talk about that. I want to, I guess, emphasize the anticipated schedule is to bring these 2 elements back to you in the spring. There's the word April up there. I bet it's kind of a fuzzy April, but it's in that anticipated timeline. And it depends on all the other priorities that are going on in the city right now. So we're anticipating April. And the other key thing is that that'll come to you with a plan of action implementation items. So we're not done in April. That should come with a list, and from that, we'll work with you to adopt code amendments if we want, or have cost estimates of projects, design standard work. We may need some funding to do that work. A list of implementation items with these two plan elements.
Thank you, Dave and Andrea, for that update and a look to the future. Are there any questions? Mary Lou?
Sure. A question about the open house from the 16th and then the one for the 2nd and 3rd. When we did the Sunset Way design charrette, we used sort of a different process in order to reach out and get people to come to the meetings. Did we use that process on the 16th, and how was our turnout, and what do the next two look like in January and March?
Yes, so we had a little bit of a different outreach. So for the East Sunset Way open house, we used some of those electronic reader board signs. And instead of those, we placed some signs on Front Street in the planters, the temporary planters that are there now. So we weren't able to use the electronic reader boards for the open house last week because they had been promised for the truck reroute. Right. So we weren't able to use them. We would like to use them in the future if they are available. I think that was something that we heard was pretty effective. And we also sent out notices via the email list that we gathered through the East Sunset Way open house. So folks that were directly interested in what's happening in the downtown and changes, and email lists through the Downtown Issaquah Association as well. So some more targeted invitations, and it was on our city calendar. So there were some similarities with the East Sunset Way open house, and then a few differences as well. So I think in terms of turnout, it was not as many as we had hoped. The East Sunset Way open house, of course, had a lot of people going. We did not see as many for this open house, and I think that's something that we're looking to regroup and try to improve upon for future outreach. The other thing is, while we have these open houses up here, we are looking to get feedback in a bunch of different formats. One thing that we've heard from the community is coming out when it's dark and rainy in the wintertime is really hard to do versus in the summertime. And so what we're trying to do is we're experimenting with some online formats and surveys and seeing what is effective. So far for the survey that's listed here on the timeline you can see in November, it's actually available now. Actually, it was started in around the zombie walk, so Halloween time, and will be available through the 1st of December. It's online on the city's website, and there's postcards up around town to encourage folks to take the survey, and we've gotten some really good responses from that, better than anticipated. So I think we're trying to look at different formats for getting that feedback and engaging the public.
Okay, and then, David, a question about the Old Town plan. So there was discussion of looking at the sub-area plan and looking at the design and looking at the code. And then there's also suggested there's guidelines for downtown. Is that a separate document, or is that something that would get rolled in to that process?
That could be part of the process. I guess it depends how the plan plays out and what list of recommendations or implementation items you all decide to adopt. But today, there are the old-fashioned zoning standards, but then there are also the Old Town design standards. I think that's what you're referring to.
Standards or guidelines?
They're called standards.
Okay.
They're written some as, shall, some as should, so it could be but they are standards. They apply to the CBD zone, the multifamily zones, primarily, the two Front and Sunset area.
And are they tied, are there any issues in that whole review that are also being looked at under the moratorium?
Not, I guess, well, there's architectural character is an element that's in here that could be looked at through this process as well.
Thank you. So I'm still a little confused about what the deliverables are in April.
Okay.
When it says city council, what is that?
Yes, so so I can speak for the streetscape plan. So for the streetscape plan, we have our contract with the consultants that are assisting us on this project, and their main deliverables to draft this streetscape plan. So we're going to be engaging the public throughout this process. As you can see in March, they hope to finalize the draft of the plan, and then at that point, we'll be bringing it back to council for review and potential adoption in April. So that's I think the deliverable for the streetscape plan. Eventually, we see it being folded into the Old Town Plan and the design standards. It's kind of acts as an overlay to those.
Okay,
And for the other element would be an update to the Old Town Sub-Area Comprehensive Plan, which would, so be updating the plan of development, and then it would include in there a list of implementation.
additional steps.
Additional steps, yes.
Okay, I guess my comment on the Old Town Plan, that seems rather ambitious to do that in that timeframe, because it's a fairly significant plan, maybe not in thickness, but in significance.
Thank you for that comment.
You're welcome.
Are there additional questions? David, Andrea, thank you very, very much for that update. We will now move to committee and regional reports, beginning with Councilmember Batiste.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Eastside Human Services Forum Board met on November 16th and reviewed the draft 2017 legislative agenda, work plan, and budget. The agenda focuses on 4 areas: support access to basic needs and health services, making homelessness rare, brief, and one-time, supporting older adults and people with disabilities, and strengthening early learning and youth programs. The board also voted to proceed with the development of a federal legislative agenda, citing the importance of federal funding and policies for state, county, and the local work on the east side, and also voted to approve a letter of support for the permanent shelter proposal before the City of Bellevue. I also attended the Sound Cities Association Public Issues Committee on November 9th. I attended as an alternate, and I'll leave the report to Councilmember Martz, as I think he might have some exciting news to share.
Thank you, Councilmember Winterstein.
Thank you. The Council Infrastructure Committee met on November 17th, last week here. And if you weren't able to attend, they are available on camera and online if you'd like to watch those committee meetings. We had a number of informational items, including one about an alternative services pilot proposal. We're applying for some grant money from King County Metro, and our application, they are exploring some alternative transportation programs, and the one that we're applying for, some funds, it's titled, I guess, kind of Hill to Valley, to help people who live on our hills within Talus or Squaw Mountain to connect to places within the valley. That's a great subject, and so I'm glad to hear about that. We'll learn more about that as we go on. We also got an update. We learned about, I think, something that's coming to us in budget, about a proposal to make an improvement to the Trader Joe's and Target Maple Street intersection. And we know that there were some funds in the proposed budget for some complete streets type improvements, crosswalk improvements, and ramp improvements. But we had a conversation. There wasn't really a lot, we didn't look at any material or any pictures or detailed design, but we heard about a proposal to also add something like a miniature roundabout to that intersection. It's my understanding we're going to talk about this more as part of our budget deliberations as well, because the creation of this miniature roundabout was not in our original budget proposal.
Not for mini cars, it's mini cars. It's a traffic circle, right?
Yeah, miniature roundabouts, a miniature roundabout. And so I think the full council will be very interested in having this conversation. I mean, this is a result of our ask of the administration when we did not go forward with including the upgrade of that intersection on the traffic bond, because we saw a couple other ways that maybe we could make the necessary improvements, or the actual landowners, property owners in that area potentially making those improvements. So, but this miniature roundabout, and it would include a center island as proposed, and as I mentioned, some improvements to ramps and crossings. It's all currently estimated at about an additional $50,000. That doesn't include flashing signs at the crosswalk, so that would be an additional cost as well. And so, again, we'll be able to talk about this a little bit more at a future budget meeting. We did also, it'll be on the December 5th consent calendar. We did suggest for approval the First Amendment to the South Code Greenwood Point Assumption Interlocal Agreement with Bellevue. Very, very fascinating topic. You'll see that in a future packet. We got an update on the I-90 shoulder hardening. So the state legislature last year did include hardening of the shoulders on I-90 between Issaquah and Eastgate. And so they've just started having some kickoff meetings about what that would look like, the various stakeholders facilitated by the Washington State Department of Transportation and their consultant. So we got briefed on that, and I know that we are involved and will be. But one of the things that stood out is that this will add some temporary capacity during peak usage times, both eastbound and westbound, but construction wouldn't start until 2018 and wouldn't be complete till 2020. I'm still trying to get my head around that one, how shoulder hardening will take 3 years, but that's the schedule that they're working to. And then, okay, so that'll actually conclude my report for the infrastructure meeting. And then on November 10th, I attended a board meeting for the Eastside Fire and Rescue, and the item of note from that meeting is that we did establish a liability reserve fund whose purpose is to cover vacation leave balance and sick leave balance cash outs, as well as employee retirement and vacancy replacement costs. So a special fund, so EFR now has a special fund to cover these liabilities when people, again, if we have to pay out when they leave or retire. And so we also deposited some money in that fund for its use in 2016. And I think the establishment of this fund and associated business practices will allow EFR to properly plan and budget for and provide visibility into this significant expense. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Councilmember Martz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Council Services and Safety Committee met on Thursday, November 10th at 6:30, a little bit different time, in the Eagle Room. And we had a number of issues that were informational, but we took action on Agenda Bill 7281, which is an interfund loan fleet services fund to street improvement fund. And we unanimously recommended that to come back to the full council November 21st. And then we also, perhaps a lot more public interest, had an update on the senior center site assessment from David Fujimoto, Martha Cesarosi, and Jeff Watling. And basically what that is Parks and Recreation staff had been working with on-site staff on a continuity of service plan for the senior center should the current nonprofit agency stop operating the center for some time now. One of the primary goals of this effort was to continue operation as a senior center with minimal or no disruption. And they developed a two-stage plan, stage one being interim operation and stage two being long-term operation. And of course, there was recently news that the Issaquah Valley Seniors Board will be stepping down as of the end of the year in operating the senior center. So the interim plan is now being put into motion with interim operation beginning the first week of January. Specific date will be determined within the next few weeks. Interim operation will consist of the city operating the center. Skilled and professional Parks and Recreation staff will manage and operate the facility in this interim period, drawing from their experience in operating public facilities, customer service, programming, working with community partners, and volunteers. In this transition period, staff will reach out to and begin to coordinate with the current service providers and rental groups at the center. As part of interim operations, staff will create a senior center advisory board. Interim operation will allow time for public engagement, identifying options, analyzing options, and making a policy decision on long-term operation, stage 2, of this public building. A variety of long-term operating models can be explored and vetted. The current requested funds for senior services within the 2017 budget will be able to fully fund the net operating costs for stage 1 interim operations. More details on interim operations will be available in the coming weeks as a great deal of transition work is underway with Parks and Recreation. So that concludes the Services and Safety Committee. Sound Cities Association Public Issues Committee did indeed meet on Wednesday, November 9th at Renton City Hall. A number of issues were addressed. Let me go to my notes. First up was Sound Cities Association has actually brought in a new senior policy analyst, Brian Perry, who's already, I've already had a bunch of interactions with. Annual meeting is going to be held November 30th, and that is at the Renton, I forget the name of it, it's their facility there, their nice facility right there in Renton. Let's see here. Probably the big news that you're referring to, the extremely capable Ed Prince of Renton was elected as PIC vice chair. I've been working with Ed for a while. He's really awesome. And also, I was elected chair of the PIC.
Yay, congratulations.
Thank you very much. I am very excited. I have been lucky enough to be on PIC now. I think this is my 6th year. So I have seen the value to Issaquah of our engagement with Sound Cities Association, and I am very, very excited to be helping drive the agenda that goes before the PIC in support of the SCA board. Regional board and committee appointments were made. A number of Issaquah folks were on there. Not everybody got their first choice, but the nominations committee strove to make sure that everybody who was interested got an important and valuable assignment. And then I thought I had one more thing on this. Oh, yes, we went through levies and bond measures in King County, and we talked and compared notes on that. And there were, ST3 was a subject that we had not had unanimity, but there were many people who were very happy to have seen ST3 go through, but we sort of kept the celebrations to a minimum because not everybody saw eye to eye. PIC only takes positions when there's essentially close to unanimity, and so did not directly take a position once the measure was before the public. So then the King County Growth Management Policy Council is going to have a special meeting date due to a number of, I think, holiday-related scheduling. They've actually moved it from the end of November to Tuesday, December 13th at 4 p.m. in PSRC chambers. If that date sounds familiar, it's because that's the evening that we have our next Services and Safety Committee meeting, and I may be seeing if my fellow council members can bump that a little bit later so I can make sure I can get through traffic to get back here. And then, as mentioned before, the E911 Strategic Plan Scoping Leadership Group doesn't get fired up until January. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Councilmember Barber.
No report this evening?
Councilmember Pauly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Land and Shore meeting will be December 1st, 6:30, which is a Thursday night in council chambers. The agenda has not yet been set, but we do have a standing item that will be on our agendas through the next 9 months or so, which is moratorium will always be on our agendas. The Eastside Fire and Rescue Finance and Admin Committee met on November 16th. They dealt with one item, which was a new policy for exempt employees, and that's going to be going to the board at their next meeting. It still requires some additional work, which will likely happen in December or January, to deal with a suppression and compensation between our deputy chiefs and battalion chiefs. It's an issue that the board has been attempting to address for some time. So that is the last piece that needs to get worked on. And that's it.
Thank you, Council President Goodman.
Thank you. Just a reminder that we have two more budget work sessions scheduled, November 29th at 6:30 here in council chambers, and 9 a.m. Saturday morning, December 3rd here in council chambers. And they'll be televised. Both of those are televised.
Thank you. For the mayor's report, there will be an executive session held this evening for the purpose of discussing property acquisition and pending/potential litigation per RCW 42.30.110, paren 1, paren B, and paren 1, paren I. These items are expected to take approximately 35 minutes. Action is anticipated to follow in open session. As you know, the election results showed that while a majority of Issaquah voters supported local Prop 1, our city's traffic improvement bond, the measure did not reach the required 60% approval threshold. The election results and previous city surveys clearly indicate that Issaquah voters are supportive of making investments to reduce congestion, enhance safety, and improve local streets. We will continue to have conversations with voters and the council about possible solutions to these issues. Our next steps include reviewing feedback from the election and seeking ways to get public input on desired project as we update our capital plans. Other efforts will include hosting a regional transportation summit and implementing our 2017 budget, which as proposed includes transportation-related items such as construction of Southeast 62nd Street extension, the design of Newport Way, Maple to Sunset, improvements, as was recently mentioned, to the Maple Street Target Trader Joe's intersection, pre-design work for Newport Way from State Route 900 to Southeast 54th, transit and alternative transportation funding, as mentioned by Council Member Winterstein, completion of crossing improvements, pre-design for the Gilman Boulevard safety improvements, the Issaquah-Hobart Road Study, participating with WashDOT on its implementation of the Peak Shoulder Lane Use Project on I-90, and the I-90 Front Street Interchange Justification Report. Lobbying the legislature in King County for regional projects such as improvements to SR 18 and SR 900 and the Issaquah-Hobart Road. There will be more options to consider and recommendations to discuss in the future. In the meantime, we will continue to be busy making improvements to our transportation system and seeking solutions to our traffic issues. I attended the Sound Cities Association Mayor's Roundtable on heroin and prescription opiate addiction on November 8th, where we discussed having cities promote the use of naloxone, which EFR units have, but the Issaquah Police Department does not at this time, and a number of other future initiatives. Finally, I attended the November 17th Sound Transit Executive Committee meeting, where we will recommend to the full board Snohomish County Executive Dave Summers to serve as chair of the Sound Transit Board. Mayor John Marchione will be one of the two vice chairs. The other vice chair will be Mayor Marilyn Strickland from Tacoma. And that concludes the mayor's report. I'd point out that Councilmember Bill Ramos is an excused absence this evening. And moving to the consent calendar, due to an oversight, item number 7F should have been listed under regular business. That's Agenda Bill 7219, Gilman Lofts, paren 3 Trails Development Agreement. And so I will add that to the regular business agenda as 9F. With that, I would ask if the accounts payable and payroll for November 21st have been reviewed.
They have.
Yes.
Thank you. I would ask now the city clerk to read into the record the consent calendar as amended.
The consent calendar was distributed to council in advance for study. If authorized, council action will occur by single motion regarding the following items. Item A seeks approval of the accounts payables and payroll of November 21st. Items B and C seeks approval of the minutes of the budget work session of October 26th and the regular meeting of November 7th. Item D, AB 7135 Front Street Railroad Crossing Upgrade seeks acceptance of project. Item E, AB 7137 Front Street Sidewalk and Drainage Project seeks acceptance of project. Item G, AB 7260, amendments to IMC 1.01 code adoption, seeks adoption of ordinance. If adopted, it will be assigned number 2785. Item H, AB 7281, interfund loan, Fleet Services Fund to Street Improvement Fund, seeks adoption of ordinance. If adopted, it will be assigned number 2786. Item I, AB 7285, reappointment of hearing examiner, seeks confirmation of appointment. And item J, AB 7293, 2017 Arts Grant Recommendations, seeks referral to Council Services and Safety Committee. This concludes the reading.
Thank you for that. Council President Goodman.
I'm assuming nobody wants to bring anything else down from the consent calendar? And I would move to adopt the consent calendar as presented.
Second?
Moved and seconded. All those in favor of adopting the consent calendar as submitted or as amended signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries unanimously. Moving now to item number 8, a public hearing, Agenda Bill 7243, 2017 budget. Following a short presentation on that item, I will then open the public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor Butler, City Council members. Agenda Bill 7243 is a public hearing on the 2017 budget for all funds. According to state law, the city is conducting a public hearing on the budget. There has been a filing of the proposed budget with the clerk's office on October 3rd, and there has also been a number of work sessions on the budget throughout October, as well as in November on the 14th. For the November 7th council meeting, the City Council conducted the required public hearing on revenue sources for the 2017 budget, and that included potential increases in the property tax levy. I'd like to do a brief presentation on the 2017 budget and then talk about next steps. So the 2017 budget overview is that the budget includes capital investments and operating impacts. It works to maintain the current level of services while some of the important challenges with regards to capital investments are being addressed. And just to let the public know is that the budget is available on the city's website, and that is at issaquah.gov 2017 budget. The path there is a little bit cumbersome, so it is easier for the public to reach through the city's website. The document is also available at locations around the community as well as in City Hall. 2017 revenues are proposed to be approximately $126,513,390. The majority of revenue sources do come from charges for services, with the second largest source being taxes, and there's a variety of different taxes. 2017 appropriations then proposed for spending at $133,651,550 across all funds that are tracked for the city of Issaquah. The largest fund is the general fund. You can see that 33% of the proposed appropriations are for general fund purposes. There are a number of small or separate utility capital projects, street capital projects, miscellaneous capital projects, and park improvement projects. Some of the highlights in the 2017 budget are City Council goals and directions, one of which is a proposed strategic plan initiative. There are some human services initiatives to enhance senior services, support affordable housing, and some new community grants. Development Services Department within the general fund. Some of the impacts to this budget are related to the moratorium, the work in the pipeline that is identified as declining, and then proposed DSD fee increases. The budget includes staffing proposals that respond to things such as public records requests, an increase in those, additional neighborhood engagement and citizen engagement, and then continued investment in the software and key systems to incorporate our lean process improvements. On the utility fund side, the South Cove Greenwood Point annexation operating and capital expenditures are included in water and sewer fund budgets. And then there, as I mentioned, the capital projects, a variety of transportation and capital projects have been identified in the upcoming year's budget. Some of those projects are offset by grant or mitigation fund sources. The City Council has been deliberating the 2017 budget. There are 2 budget work sessions that were identified by Council, and that is later in November and then early Saturday in December. And so the discussion item for you tonight and the recommendation is that you would open the public hearing for the 2017 budget and then continue that public hearing to December 5th, 2016. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there questions of Jen? Seeing none, then I will open the public hearing at 8:41 and remind those in the audience that the same rules for audience comments as I previously outlined apply to the public hearing. Has anyone signed up to speak?
No one has signed up.
Is there anyone in the public desiring to speak this evening? Mary Lynch.
My name is Mary Lynch, and I reside at 2690 Northwest Oakcrest Drive, Issaquah, Washington. First, I'd just like to comment on the Senior Center. When we met and were invited to come and talk over at Tibbetts in June, those of us there were told that the city was looking at what to do next with the Senior Center, and we'd be kept informed of what was happening. The only way I've really, and most of us have learned what's going on, is to read the Issaquah Press or the Reporter. And I would ask that for those of us that attended that meeting, that the city, as promised, because we signed up to get alerts and to get notification of what was happening, I would ask that you send updates to those people that asked for that so we know what's going on. Because I tried to read through the budget and I found very, very little comments on what was happening with the Senior Center. I was not able to attend the meeting that Tola Marks talked about. I'll go back and listen to that. But I really think the city needs to be a lot more transparent on what's happening with the Senior Center, what's going forward. And one of the main reasons is you've got a vast amount of resources here with seniors. And you've got a lot of retired executives, people that would be very much interested in being involved and in the past have been turned away or not involved. And if you look around at other successful senior centers, the majority of their FTEs are volunteers. And I would hope that you are more transparent going forward and that your plans are incorporating the seniors and are based, the whole premise is based upon seniors being the people that are delivering your services. You still need to have city there for oversight and to help maintain the buildings. That being said, at the Old Town meeting, I gave my input. I really think the building itself is totally underutilized. I think as part of the post, you need to look at that building and say, how else can it be utilized, not just as a senior center, but as a center. There's very few public meeting rooms here in the city of Issaquah. And trying to get a public meeting room is an act of Congress. Most of our homeowners association nonprofits don't have a lot of money, so we can't afford to go and rent a hotel room. Or, you know, if there is, then it's very hard to find even a professional meeting room. And so there's rooms there that could be very easily used at night and other times of the day for meeting rooms and other sorts of activities. And I would hope that you really look at that building and put it to its full utilization. I would hope so going forward that you also look at making sure the kitchen is brought up to standards. So if you do have community meals, that can be your kitchen that's used for community meals. So it does pass your King County health standards, and you can use that for such. That being said, on the senior plan, just in the budget in particular, I know you heard from the Planning and Policies Chair. I would hope that going forward, based upon the budget, that you update your levels of service indicators from your 2006 and bring those up to standards. So when you're really looking at the budget and you're planning your capital plans, it's based on today's level of service indicators, not on 2006. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Is there anyone else desiring to speak? Anyone else desiring to speak? Third and final call, anyone else desiring to speak? Seeing no one then, the public hearing is closed at 8:45.
Is it closed, Fred, or are we continuing it?
Oh,
And a
well,
motion
this,
to continue?
Make a motion.
yes. Council President Goodman.
Well, I think it's a good question, because
Yeah,
usually
yes.
if you continue, you don't
We're
close, so.
going to continue it on December 5th.
Yeah, so I would move to continue the public hearing to the December 5th, 2016 council meeting.
Second.
Thank you. Are there questions or discussion? Stacy?
I was thinking during some of the comments that reminded me of one of the pieces of information that I believe Councilmember Martz mentioned in when you were talking about the update that services received on the senior center, and it said that there's money in the 2017 budget for the phase 1, which is the interim operations. So my question, that doesn't necessarily need to be answered tonight, but for our next budget session, I would like to know if there is a cost associated with phase 2 in 2017, what that cost is anticipated to be, so we can budget for that.
I can answer that question now. There is not money in the 2017 budget for phase 2, and we anticipate phase 1 lasting throughout 2017 as we evaluate alternatives for how it should be operated. Other questions or?
Sure. A question just to follow up on Mary Lynch's comment about indicators, service indicators. That's coming out of Planning Policy Commission. There was a discussion there with staff about indicators that were older than 3 years old, and whether or not council would consider funds in the 2017 budget to upgrade them this year.
I was under the impression that the comment in the Planning Policy Commission was plans, required plans, not level of service indicators. But I could be wrong. Can someone?
We can just add it to the list of questions for the budget
Oh,
session.
okay.
Let's do that.
Other questions or discussion? Seeing none then, all those in favor of continuing the public hearing to December the 5th, 2016, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, that carries unanimously. Moving now to regular business, Agenda Bill 7253, Human Services Grant Recommendations.
Good evening.
So, Martha, from Office of Sustainability and the Chair and the Vice Chair of our Human Services Commission.
Yes, and so the Chair and Vice Chair and I were at Services and Safety Committee meeting on October 27th to present on this item. And so we're asked to come back for regular business to present again, I believe, to full council. But I also want to give Councilmember Martz an opportunity if you'd like to make any opening remarks before we jump into our presentation.
No.
Okay, great. Makes it
But thank
easy.
you for the offer.
So our chair, Derek Franklin, will speak to the process that the commission went through, and then our vice chair, Elizabeth, will summarize the recommendations coming out of the commission.
Thank you, Martha. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Derek Franklin, Chair of the Human Services Commission. And as Martha laid out, I will just talk for a few minutes about our process in coming to recommendations for human services funding in the upcoming 17-18 cycle. There were several process improvements that we made after the last funding round. The process itself has been updated. We established a new framework, including goal areas from the city, and adopted funding guidelines. These aided the commission in organizing applications for funding and focused our deliberations and scoring discussions. Those 5 goal areas include 1, food to eat and having a roof overhead. 2, supportive relationships within families, neighborhoods, and communities. 3, safe haven from all forms of violence and abuse. 4, health care to be as physically and mentally fit as possible. And 5, education and job skills to lead an independent life. Our process started with training and orientation this last spring. The staff did a very thorough job in orienting the commission members, especially given the high turnover this year on the commission. We felt that was critical. We learned about the online scoring process, the goal areas and service elements within the city's funding guidelines. Next, our process included 4 months of twice monthly meetings. This extra time we felt was planned due to a significant increase in the number of applications received. 57 applications were received for the 2015-2016 cycle, requesting $441,243 annually, versus 74 applications for the 2017-18 cycle, requesting $694,791 annually. The commission felt that this reflected both the growing population of Issaquah and the population of those residents in need of human services. The issues that stood out to us in the grants upon reviewing them included affordable housing, food stability, child care, teen mental health and drug alcohol treatment, support for older adults, and support for people with disabilities. Our first round of deliberations, we scored the grants and made initial funding recommendations within each of the 5 goal areas. This effort included online scoring of each individual application, including ratings on quality of the service and outcomes proposed for the city, cultural competency, applicability of service to Issaquah residents, coordination of service within the regional human service network, diversity and comprehensiveness of budget portfolios in alignment with city goal areas and human service elements. And then finally, our second and final round of deliberations is where we made recommendations and refined them within each of the goal areas with consideration to the overall mix of programs so as to be comprehensive in the recommendation. Here, each individual application was discussed, and in terms of maximizing its impact for residents and how, as I said, those would fit into a portfolio that would balance both prevention of efforts that we could forecast being of an issue to the city and intervention, services that would provide support for those in need. Overall, we found an increased level of needs in the community, especially for our most vulnerable residents, our youth, our seniors, people with disabilities, victims of various forms of abuse, and people experiencing homelessness. To have to strategically recommend that many very worthy resources not be funded or receive less than was requested was quite difficult. Now I'll just turn it over to our Vice Chair, Elizabeth, for specifics around our recommendations.
Thank you. I'm not in best voice, but I'll do what I can. The Commission recommended funding human service grants at the increased funding level. We considered that as major funders were narrowing their focus, some of the services which have been valuable to this community will have little revenue from those formerly reliable sources.
This was also a consideration in our recommendation of the increased funding in some cases. We also looked at the spectrum of services across different sectors to maintain a balance. Best Starts for Kids is going to help with funding some of the early age prevention programs. On the other hand, Services for Seniors are an example of an area which is no longer prioritized by the United Way and many other funders. And this at a time when our senior population is growing and many seniors in our community are feeling the financial pinch of increased housing costs. Transitional housing is also an area that's being hard hit, and we have some really good transitional housing programs that deserve to survive. We tried to make recommendations reflecting the Commission's goals. Those goals included limiting redundancies in funding. In this, also another goal was providing more meaningful grant amounts, prioritizing shelter and housing, incorporating several new programs to address needs not previously supported by city funding. With regard to the redundancies, we looked to see which agencies provided identical or extremely similar services to local residents and tried to select the most effective among these for funding rather than distributing the resources among several different organizations. This strategy enabled us to fund the East Side Friends of Seniors at a higher amount rather than funding both East Side Friends of Seniors and Sound Generation's volunteer transportation. Under providing more meaningful grants, in other words, higher amounts for a particular grant, we realized that for any grant application, there's quite a bit of work involved in grant writing than in required reporting, so that in the case of very small grant requests, much of the money would have been consumed in administrative costs. This led us to eliminate some worthy organizations with the hope that they would easily find this funding elsewhere. But it allowed us to make more meaningful grants to some good organizations whose ability to provide the needed services has been limited by inadequate funding. Third, we prioritized shelter and housing because they are so critical to well-being. Keeping people housed, rehousing those who are without shelter, and providing safe shelter to those still waiting for housing that they can afford are vital to maintaining a healthy, stable community. No one can thrive without a stable home. Fourth, incorporating several new programs to address needs not previously supported by city funding. These included employment services, behavioral health services for adults, and day center services for families experiencing homelessness. Do you have any questions?
Are there questions of Elizabeth or Jerry? And your voice held out up pretty good, Elizabeth.
Halls helps.
Councilmember Batiste, followed by Councilmember Winterstein.
I do. I got a couple of questions for you, but first of all, I just wanted to thank all of the members of the Human Services Commission and the city staff that have worked so hard on the Human Services grant recommendations. I see a lot of the commission members here tonight, and thank you for coming and for spending all of this time after your many meetings that you have been through. This is an incredibly in-depth and time-consuming process that the commission goes through, and the thoughtful deliberation that goes along with this review, really, I want to applaud that and really point that out, and thank you for your time and your service to the city. I also wanted to say, before I ask a couple of questions, that I'm in full support of the identified funding targets to help the city achieve their goal of Human Services grant funding at $10 per capita on an annual basis with the additional allocation for homelessness services. And as Elizabeth spoke to, the targeted funding that is now going on through some of the larger agencies is having an impact with some of the groups and the programs that need that funding. And after spending a few years on the Human Services Commission myself and going through these tough deliberations, and there's never enough money, and there's always applicants that do a great job, and it's such a tough decision that has to be made. So this was the first time that you used the adoption of the goal areas in the process, and I was just wondering, I'd like to hear feedback on how you feel it impacted the process this year.
Do you want to address that one?
You go ahead. I'll step in after. I can go. No, thank you for the question. This was my first round of deliberations, and so I don't have a historical context. However, my experience in working with the goal areas was helpful in that it allowed us to stay on point somewhat as we tried to filter through the diverse kinds of applicants that we received. Having city staff and the city provide the commission some guidance ahead of time towards what how to interpret the mission of the city in terms of its priorities for human services was helpful. When we actually used the 5 goal areas to organize and cluster those applications. Some of those clusters had upwards of 20 applicants, others had as few as 5. And that was determined not by the clustering so much as it was by the kinds of applicants that we received. We took that into consideration, not balancing by number of applicants, but again, looking towards what those applicants individually would be able to serve both to that goal area, but then how those goal areas would overlap, and try to give some sort of a comprehensive support to the city's broader human service agenda. And I don't know, Martha, if you wanted to add anything else, you have maybe the history of setting up those goal areas.
Sure. So those goal areas formerly were used by United Way of King County, actually, and have been adopted by cities of Bellevue, Redmond, and Kirkland. And so one of the kind of benefits that we were hoping to realize, and I think we did in the process, was with so many applications, being able to more quickly kind of recognize similar programs and compare. So to Elizabeth's point at looking, okay, well, we have 2 volunteer transportation programs, right? So let's call that out early on and take that into consideration rather than looking at these applications kind of in isolation from each other.
And one more question. I did see that you have some new agencies that were funded that was really exciting to hear some of the testimony tonight. But also a few long-term local programs that had been funded in the past that were not funded during this round. Is there, have you thought about following up with those groups, since this is a new process and sort of a different way of going about the funding?
Yes, absolutely, and especially with the change in the commission's process, we tried to provide a lot of information up front in the application process. So these applications actually opened in February or March, and so we tried to provide some lead information with the new expectations that we had from our process. So the cities put together a data workshop for applicants, provided 2 application workshops where each city could kind of speak specifically to what they were looking for in applications and provide guidance to applicants. So staff, or I made myself available to applicants ahead of time to review applications, give pointers, because again, we were introducing some new elements in our process, and so wanted to provide as much help and guidance as possible to our nonprofits. And so to speak, so there are 6 organizations that are currently receiving funding that haven't been recommended for the next round. And so all of the applicants received an update about the process, and 2 of them, 2 of those 6 have already reached out And so we've had an opportunity to speak about kind of what changed the process and the factors that produced this package of recommendations that didn't include their organization.
Okay. Thank you again for all your hard work on this.
Councilmember Winterstein.
Thank you. I want to echo Councilmember Batiste. Kudos to the commission. I know it's a lot of hard work, and I always felt that if every one of our citizen volunteers brought the same level of passion to their work that members of the Human Service Commission do, then it would be a different place that we live into. I'm really very grateful for the passion and the commitment from everybody on the commission. I do have one just kind of house cleaning question as much as anything. In our packet material, there's an Exhibit B that's part of this agenda bill, and I'm somewhat confused by the headings of that table. It says 2016 funding, and then 2017-18 annual request. So in 2016 is the second year of a 2-year cycle. Now this recommendations are, we're considering are part of a 2-year cycle. But then it goes on to say the 2015-16 funding level, and then the increased funding level. And I can't make heads or tails of those. Look at the first one, Food and Clothing Bank, 2016 funding, 19,000. I look 2 columns over, it says 2015-16 funding level, 15,000. And then increase level 15. Well, that's less than 19 that they were getting right now. So, and I know their recommendation was only 15, or a request.
Yeah.
Could you just help me understand those columns better?
Yeah, so back in February, March of this year, we came to council to seek a funding target of $371,500, which council set, and we're happy to have, but the commission recognized that was a target and part of what would become part of a proposed budget that may ultimately be adjusted, especially working in February and March, right, not having quite the same forecast that we have now. So the commission wanted to be prepared and have a set of recommendations for that target, but also in case that increased funding level was dropped to kind of status quo funding level, the commission wanted to be prepared and not have to kind of go back to the drawing board this late in the year to develop a new set of recommendations. So it's really a kind of options A and B for those last 2 columns, with the commission absolutely recommending the increased funding level that aligns with the funding target and what ultimately was included in the proposed budget. And then to speak to the Food and Clothing Bank specifically, did I not answer the question?
Yeah, and I just use it as an example. Maybe this is mislabeled in this table. The 3rd column says the 2015-2016 funding level.
So sorry, so that's just, it's an indicator that these recommendations total, it'd be the same funding level as current. So it would be $291,500 plus the targeted funding for homeless services. So it's like saying the status quo funding level.
Okay, so you have 2 sets of recommendations.
Yes, yep.
One, if we approve the total amount that we originally gave you as a target, and the second one is if we don't approve that increase and just keep the funding level where we have it at 2016. Okay.
Yeah, and it was
There are
really
options A and B depending on the funding amount that we approve. Okay, thank you.
Other questions? This is coming back from, Council President.
No, I was anticipating what the mayor was going to say.
Can we just clear up, maybe it's just for me, this is a 2-year grant cycle, and so would the first year be 2017?
Yes.
And that would be that's in the agenda bill, the requested amount would be $371,500.
Yes.
It's a 2-year grant cycle. Tell me what that means. I don't understand what the process is.
So we only go through the application process once every 2 years.
Okay.
And so then we'll be putting forward the same recommendations next year when budget cycle's happening.
Okay, but it'll be a new agenda bill, obviously, in a year from now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're only committing to 2017 recommendations.
And then, I don't know if there are other questions, but I did want to, echo the thank yous for all the work that you do. It's very much appreciated. I know it's many months of work, and it's very hard work, and you're very dedicated in it. That's very important, and we thank you. At our budget work session last week, I mentioned that I would like a spreadsheet that shows all of the agencies, or all the organizations and agencies, I guess, that in the budget there's proposed funding, because it's hard for us to see where all of the funding is in one snapshot, and to see where all the different buckets that the money comes from. We don't have that spreadsheet yet, which is understandable, because that was just last Wednesday. So I don't know what the timeliness is of this agenda bill. If there's some sort of a time constraint here, I'm thinking no, because it is in the budget for next year. And so if there's not a time constraint, rather than take a vote tonight, I was going to make a motion to defer the vote on this agenda bill to the December 5th council meeting, because that gives us time to have our next two budget work sessions and have that spreadsheet, so that we have, for transparency reasons, see all the different agencies and organizations that have funding in the budget, and where the funding comes from.
I'm sorry, I don't quite follow. So we still have to do the appropriation as part of the formal budget adoption. So the ask in this would be based upon two potential funding levels that we would approve the grant recommendations as made by the commission. So what additional information are you still looking for?
So I guess then the question first, before we answer that, is, if I've misunderstood, if the recommended motion is to approve the grant recommendations as presented, and so what does that technically mean? That's for the administration. Bob, what does that mean? If we were to vote to approve the Human Services grant recommendations as presented.
So all right, got it that time. So so it depends on the allocation amount. So if you end up accepting it at the 371 level, essentially what you're doing is you're directing the administration that the amount that's in the budget is essentially okay. And so you're allocating all the various recommendations to the to the service agencies. If you decide that you'd like to come in at the same amount, then what I would suggest is you refer that to deliberations, because you're really cutting the budget by approximately $35,000-$40,000, because the allocation that's in the budget is that higher number. But in essence, what you're doing tonight is just approving the recommendations to the funding for the service levels at that $371,000 number.
And so then,
You think that's correct?
No, because they've got two recommendations in here. They've provided two recommendations, one at the $500,000 level, and the other one at the $371,500.
So what's in the...
And they have it broken out by agency and what amount that they would recommend that we grant, depending on which level we actually approve in the future. So it seems to me the action and the request, should we make a motion, or as suggested here, would be this breakout of grants amounts, depending on which amount we totally fund, we would just be accepting these grant amounts per agency. That's, to me, I don't know what additional information we would need.
So this is coming back from services. It's safety. Olde, do you want to comment?
Yes, looking at the language of this, we have flat funding level and increased funding level, which, as Councilmember Winterstein pointed out, is 321 versus 371. As I read it, it does not specify that this evening we would be choosing increased funding level. It just says go with the recommendation, or go with the approval of the funding recommendations and placement of this item under regular business, and then later that the suggested motion was approve the Human Services grant recommendations as presented, which includes both the flat funding level and the increased funding level. So I see the argument that unless we specifically change the language, we're not choosing between the 371 and the 321 today. But I am not a lawyer. I am but a poor engineer.
So,
There's the lawyer.
yeah, no, well, yes, but that's not why I'm here. So yes, the motion clearly needs to be specified which level we would want to adopt. That is a different question. My issue is that we do not have all in one place all the list, a spreadsheet, if you will, of all of the organizations slash agencies that are receiving funding from the budget. And so you can't go anywhere in the budget and find it. You have to flip back and forth, and if you flip back and forth through the 3 different agenda bills we have in the packet tonight, different agencies are mentioned more than once. And so for transparency reasons, I would like to have that spreadsheet first, which we would have after our one or both of our next work sessions, and if there's no timeliness issue regarding this agenda bill and the next agenda bill, because I'll be asking the same thing possibly, then I would prefer to defer the vote on this to the December 5th council meeting. It's not because I have any issues with the recommendation, certainly not at this point. It's just a matter of getting all of the funding that's in the budget in one place. We don't have that yet.
May I ask if the administration believes there's any time constraints associated with this that would cause a problem? I'm seeing head nods.
No, they're not.
Gotcha. I certainly feel as committee chair under the measure twice, cut once concept, that if there are council members here at the dais that have questions before we move forward, clearly you've heard consistent support for the Human Services Commission. And I have to add, as an aside, most of you know that my daughter was on the Human Services Commission for 3 years, and she was so inspired. Her freshman year of high school, she told me she didn't enjoy social studies, which you can imagine as a politician how that felt. But after 3 years of trudging around her big binder, she is probably going to major in political science. So such is the power of the Human Services Commission. Having said that, I would certainly support deferring it until December 5th.
So would you like to make a motion?
Well, I do know one of my fellow council members seems to want to speak to this.
I just want to also support the December 5th. I think there is not any reason to not be able to see the entire package. I definitely will be supporting the increased funding level, and as you go through here, there is just a little bit of additional help for a lot of agencies that really need some additional help. And thank you to the group with your very thoughtful deliberation. I've sat on that committee before, and it is really difficult to work through all of those numbers and all of those agencies. And I think breaking it down into the 5 different classifications that you did this year really would have been very helpful in past years, trying to understand where all these dollars are going. The increased funding it just provides very basic needs of shelter and food and clothing. December 5th, I think, would bring all of the different possibilities together so that we could look at everything at one time and make sure that we are supporting all that need it. But I will, at this moment, be supporting the 371 that you've got presented here.
Mr. Mayor, do I need to make a motion to move it to December 5th, or?
Someone does.
Okay, so, so I will move referring Agenda Bill 7253, I believe it is, to the December 5th full council meeting under regular business.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion or additional questions?
Yeah, I just want to be, I'm still not clear to me what additional information we think we're going to be gathering. What beyond what we already have?
So in 2 of the agenda bills tonight, for example, there's mentioned in more than one place of different organizations. At Work for one is Village Theater, and I think it would be, like I said, for transparency reasons, to have all in one place a list of the organizations and all of the funding that they are receiving or are proposed to receive in the budget, and from where that funding is coming. That's all. It's not new. It's a compilation of information that's spread out over different agenda bills and throughout the budget document. That's all.
It seems like it's not too difficult for me to find all that information in today's packet, so I have no reason to, I would like us to progress and get things done. I think we've got everything we need for the human services allocations here. Just getting it all in one together place, I agree, would be visible, but I haven't heard any argument that because we are likely to make some changes. And all I'm hearing is support for these grant applications. So we got a lot of budget work in front of us. It'd be good to actually check some things off and get done. So I'm not sure why we can't vote on that this evening.
Additional questions or discussion? Seeing none then, all those in favor of deferring a decision to December 5th,
I believe.
In order to look at a compilation of all of the nonprofits receiving support from the city, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries unanimously. Okay. Moving now to Agenda Bill 7265, 2017 nonprofit funding. Martha, you're still up there.
Yes, and so, like the previous agenda bill, this one was at Services and Safety on October 27th. And so I defer to you, Councilmember Martz, if you want to, if you have any remarks. Or
Well,
something.
I had already given a report on this to the full council at the last workshop, discussing the one substantive difference between the administration's recommendation and what we voted 2-1 to move forward with. So I'm not sure I have much else to add at this moment to it.
Okay, and I don't have much additional in the way of remarks to make following the budget session presentation last week. So if there are questions for staff, I'm happy to answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Same. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to refer Agenda Bill 7265 to the December 5th full council meeting to be taken up in regular business.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Additional discussion or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of deferring this to the December 5th meeting signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries unanimously. Moving now to Agenda Bill 7277, Property Tax Levy Increase. Before we do that, why don't we take a short 10-minute break and let's come back at 9:35.
because I hadn't known them and all your neighbors.
We are back in regular session at 9:35, and we'll now discuss Agenda Bill 7277, property tax levy increase. For the presentation, our Finance Director, Jennifer Olson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Butler. City Council members, this agenda bill item is before you to consider adoption of an ordinance and approval of a resolution pertaining to the 2017 proposed property tax levy. On November 7th, the council conducted the required public hearing on revenue sources, a part of which is information about a proposed property tax levy along with other revenue sources that the city intends to bring in. So to briefly go over the property tax levy, the property tax levy is proposed in 2017 to increase by the limited 1%. This equates to a dollar amount of $81,142 in property tax revenue sources. The proposed regular general levy then would be set at $8.441 million. And just a side note to remind the council is that there is also a voter-approved excess debt levy in the amount of $1.6 million. The preliminary King County assessor's assessed valuation is over $8 billion in valuation. And just to give another look at how the property tax levy is referred to, this equates to a property tax rate. In 2016, the property tax rate for the city of Issaquah specifically was a little over $1 per thousand of assessed valuation. The proposed property tax levy would reduce the tax rate for 2017 to about 98 cents per thousand in assessed valuation. The voter-approved excess levy is approximately 19 cents per thousand of assessed valuation. Property tax valuations have gone up over the past 3 years, and even in the proposed year for 2017 is going up about 6.5%. So again, on November 7th, after the public hearing was conducted on revenue sources, the council directed administration to prepare that legislation for a 1% increase in the general property tax levy. AB 7277 provides for the proposed ordinance and resolution, and the recommendation is to approve both of those, setting the 2017 regular and excess levies. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there questions? Mary Lou?
Thanks, Jennifer. Was the assessed valuation that's included in these documents the same as the one that's the base in our budget document that we're looking at?
In these documents, if we've had some minor updates because the preliminary assessment comes out so early in the year, we do get another preliminary assessment. The one that's included in your proposed documents is a minor adjustment, but the proposed levy is still proposed at that $81,000, the dollar amount specifically.
Other questions? Council President Goodman.
I would move to approve resolution number 2016-19, confirming an increase of the property tax levy for the city regular property tax for 2017 at a rate of 1% over the previous year, and adopt ordinance number
2787,
levying the general taxes for the city of Issaquah for the fiscal year commencing January 1st, 2017 on all property, both real and personal, in said city, which is subject to taxation for the purpose of paying sufficient revenue to carry on the services of said city for the ensuing year as required by law.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or discussion? Seeing none.
Question. Sorry. So the rate in this proposed for the property tax is 0.98?
That's for the general regular levy.
For the general,
yes.
right.
That's the estimated rate.
0.98. And what would the rate be if we didn't approve this 1% increase?
to get into that, that minute change, because we calculate the property tax rate with 5 or 6 decimal points, that's a number I would estimate that it would be more like 97 cents.
Right, and that's only the purpose of my question would be, it can be very deceiving when you hear 1%, right? It sounds like if I'm a property tax bill payer in Issaquah, you just approved increasing my bill by 1%, when in fact, that's not what's happening. We're saying we can collect 1% more than we did in 2016, and yet we're still capped on how much, because assessed values are going up, the actual rate that we're charging against your property is actually going down. And so if we did not approve the 1% increase, the rate would be about 0.97.
That's my estimation.
And the proposal in front of us is 0.98. And I just think that's, whereas last year it was 1.05, or for 2016 it was 1.05. So it's semantics, and I think, I know I need to hear it again and again and again to get it straight in my head, that it's really a dollar amount percentage that we're saying we can collect, and even though because assessed values are going up, the actual rate we're using to calculate your dollar amount on your property tax bill is actually going down, and we're discussing the difference between 0.98 and 0.97, and that's what we're being asked to consider this evening. Again, it's semantics, but I think it's very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions or discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving resolution number 2016-19 and ordinance number 2787 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries unanimously. Moving to Agenda Bill 7247, 2017 State Legislative Agenda. This is coming back from Council Member Goodman.
It is, okay. Well, it went to a work session.
It was.
Yes.
And
So it went to a work session, and council members made several comments about how they would like to revise the legislative agenda. And we have a red line in here that shows the changes. And so I don't know if Deputy Administrator Emily Moon has some points to make, I guess?
Sure, just verbalize what those changes were and how the document is organized, just for listeners. So we have our top priority issues listed on that front page, and those are meant to be the ones that we deem most critical to our ongoing operations and implementation of the community's vision. And our lobbying efforts will be focused around those items. And then the next section is key priorities, which includes items of significance to the city and our other partnering cities and coalitions. And then the final section includes subject matter groupings of other important topics that we intend to support or oppose or monitor or track. And we will be joining others in efforts to help the legislators understand the municipal perspective. So after the last work session on November 14th, the feedback at that time from council members was to move the transportation section up into the beginning of the document, into that top priorities section, rather than being alphabetically listed in the second section of the document. And so you'll see that in the red line version, it has been moved up. And to add some additional narrative to emphasize our position on transportation issues and to advocate for more and earlier state and regional improvements that would benefit the city. Second recommendation was to add a support statement for the fish hatcheries capital request. And the third was to emphasize the city's support for increased share of marijuana revenue, something similar to what we get for liquor revenues. And then at a subsequent council leadership conversation, it was also recommended that we include a statement about the need for the Growth Management Act to include revenue means to address regional traffic impacts. And so we have added that statement as well.
So we're all shaking our heads because nobody can recall that subsequent council leadership conversation. Maybe we're all just forgetful, but this recommendation or the suggestion sounded familiar, but it almost sounded like maybe it came at the work session. Or, I don't remember, but it wasn't at council leadership, I recall.
I thought it was leadership.
Was
I
it?
have a
Okay.
very, between the work session and leadership,
Mary
very
Lou.
vague recollection.
Sure.
So that would mean it wasn't discussed by the full council.
Right.
And that's why we wanted to highlight it, just because it wasn't discussed before the full body.
Are there questions?
Looks like Paul has one.
Well, procedurally, why don't you want to make I'll make a motion and then we can discuss the content. I'd like to move to approve the city's final 2017 legislative agenda.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or discussion? Paul?
So I do remember during the work session, some kind of comment about growth management. I don't remember the details, but I was kind of surprised what showed up here because it gets to a very specific ask about would suggest expanded use of impact and mitigation fees or other revenue sources to address regional traffic impacts. That's a specific, and if anybody can help me remember, having discussed that, I'm a little I'm a little bit concerned about that because it presumes, and it does say as the legislature contemplates the idea of a commission to do a comprehensive review of the GMA and make recommendations. So it kind of, okay, if you're going to go in there and make a tweak, what we want to do is support these changes for expanded use of impact and mitigation fees or other revenue sources to address regional traffic impacts. So I'm not after tonight's presentation, I'm not quite at the freshman level yet of GMA, but this idea that yeah, I guess I'm not familiar enough with this topic. It suggests that there's this GMA includes the impact fee and mitigation fees and other revenue sources. So it just seems like it's a big ask, and I don't know. Could you just break it down a little bit for me? And what am I missing? What do I not know about GMA that I should know to understand that request?
Keep forgetting to hit the button tonight. So it really comes back to the whole conversation we had around concurrency, where essentially you can charge for trips that either reside to or originate from or end in your community. Yep, the trip bank. So what you can't, what you have to account for, but you can't get any mitigation revenue for, is pass-through traffic. And so one of the conversation points, and we talked about it when the mayor testified at Olympia, is, if there was an opportunity to somehow capture the impact of pass-through traffic, and that gets done in a lot of ways in the traffic mitigation analysis that development has to put forward to the local community to capture that, some type of fee revenue that would go back to the communities that are impacted by that regional traffic, that GMA should, have some way to capture for that potential revenue. Because right now it's only origination and destination too.
Bob, I have a slightly different recollection of it. I do remember what you're speaking about, what the mayor's testimony was, but I'm not sure when we were talking about it that my intent was to collect impact fees from others to construct roads in Issaquah to carry that traffic. It was more about how are we going to connect the cities. How do we pay for the roads that connect the cities when the cities are managing their growth, but the roads in between aren't getting built? So it wasn't to get money to make Newport Way 5 lanes in town or Sunset Way 5 lanes in town. So I'm a little fuzzy on our conversation too, or exactly what this language should be or what this language means. You know, I thought.
As I look at the language, and I did testify at the opening hearing of the work of taking a look at the Growth Management Act, the message was very, very clear that infrastructure was not keeping up with the growth occurring in cities, and much of that was regional pass-through traffic. So as I read this, it says that as Washington State Legislature contemplates any changes to the Growth Management Act, Issaquah would support recommendations that would expand the use of impact or mitigation fees or another revenue source to address regional traffic impacts. And that, to me, could very easily be understood to mean between Issaquah and Covington, or the Issaquah-Hobart Road, or some other road that connects jurisdictions that are growing very, very rapidly, because no one is taking into consideration any changes for highways of statewide significance connecting those growth centers. Oh.
So thank you for that. Here's my concern about this is we're saying we're for something, and I can just see, you know, I believe there's a lot of people out there that really want to just completely disassemble GMA. Oh, you want some revenue out of those rural roads that are giving you pass-through traffic? I tell you, let's push the line out to the crest of the Cascades.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? You can get revenue because we can develop the Hobart Valley. There, we can get you some mitigation fees passed through. I'm not sure I'd be willing to make that trade-off. Now, that's a scenario I'm not saying I know is going to happen.
Right.
But I can see us finding ourselves kind of in that, oh, you want some additional revenue? Well, I guess how we can generate that for you. Support what we want to do is really gut the GMA. And that's kind of a worst-case scenario, but this stated this without any caveats, you know, as, you know, added in there something like, you know, as long as we don't, you know, move the line or significantly reduce the impact of GMA. I don't know how you would say that, but this is an ask which just begs for a counteroffer, and I'm not so sure there's any counteroffers out there that we're going to be interested in.
Stacey?
Does it alleviate concerns? Because I just kind of want to figure out what your concern is. Is the concern that it says we would look to support? And would it be better to replace that language with would consider supporting recommendations? Is the concern that it's the effect of the
Yeah, it's almost like we're making our bed
recommendations?
already.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't want to see the whole package.
So is that the concern, or is it something substantive in the language? Because it does say that we would support something when we don't know what it is, but if we say we consider supporting something, that we don't say we're supporting it yet.
Yeah, I don't know, Stacy. I guess the thing I'm still trying to figure out in my head is, at what point, we know the legislature is going to be really busy with McCleary, but this is going to be item 1A. The GMA's, if McCleary's 1, this is going to be 1A, and I think that there are some real forces out there to dramatically change, which would dramatically change our region. And we're basically going in and saying, well, we're there's something we need out of this, and the point is well taken. We are severely impacted by trips that don't originate or end in the city of Issaquah, and with this language, we're basically signaling our willingness to negotiate terms of the GMA. And I'm not comfortable enough with this language. I don't know enough, and I fear what it could signal too much. So
Mary Lou?
So I would suggest that if there are aspects that we are 100% behind in the GMA, such as believing that the planned growth should occur on the urban side of the urban growth line, and that the urban growth line is drawn in the right place, then we should just say that. Here's what we like. Based on the fact that these planning policies make sense and they're the best use of land, and the urban growth boundary is in the correct place to support the future growth of the area, regional roads are not getting improved, and Issaquah would consider da-da-da-da-da. Because to me, there is an aspect right now of growth management that is failing because of the silo mentality of cities just manage growth within their boundaries. Nobody's in charge of what's in between the cities. And so I think we just say what we believe, what we're 100% behind, but we need this issue resolved.
So if I may, I don't disagree with you. I thought that was an interesting comment from the gentleman earlier this evening that basically said, oh, you know what, growth management didn't contemplate that, which begs to be addressed. So I think the issue that you're raising, and we've been discussing in other circles as well, it came up at the growth management planning board as well, absolutely. And so maybe, so I mean, that topic needs to be contemplated. So I'm not, you know, we're going to get like our second lesson in growth management in a couple weeks. And I'm just wondering, and I'm not sure, I mean, you made a really strong statement, things that we're 100% certain about. And I don't know what I'm 100%. It's just an area where I'm still low on the learning curve. And so I'm just wondering if for our legislative agenda purposes, I know we'd like to have kind of our message, you know, grooved earlier the better, but you know, I'm wondering if in this particular area under further consideration, especially as we're, you know, going to get some more information, follow on like the one we had this evening, that maybe we can come back and address this part. I don't know. I would kind of prefer at this point to not include that bullet that was added. And I would accept the rest of it, but then with the idea that if we wanted to have smarter, better language, that we still work on that.
Very low.
And I guess I would suggest, I would accept it with the way it's written now, because I think, like you said, it's issue 1A. I think it's kind of, it would be odd for us not to have an opinion on it, especially even if it's not exactly the opinion we're going to end up with, but some language in here that says, we are severely impacted by this. They're talking about it this year. Here's our starting position. And I would rather approve the entire agenda with that language, and if we want to continue to work on it at a work session or something to fine-tune that message, fine. But I don't want to pull it out because it's almost like we're not paying attention.
Paula?
So it's funny, I kind of read this, I think, maybe a little bit differently than other people do. We don't know what the conversation about the GMA is going to look like. When unleashed, what political forces will wind up being engaged in this conversation. And it's titanic, Herculean forces much larger than our city. But I think as a statement of principle, I read this as a statement of principle, the idea that the general idea is that we would suggest expanded use of impact and mitigation fees or other revenue sources to address regional traffic impacts. I want to address regional traffic impacts, and I think money is the way that you address regional traffic impacts. And so regardless of where this conversation goes, regardless of where it lands, and I sure hope it's, in the end, having strong growth management control, because I think Seattle has benefited, the King County, or not even King County, Puget Sound has benefited immensely from having strong controls on growth. But this, to me, is a statement of principles that we can use to craft our responses as this moves along. So I would prefer to leave it in.
Other questions or discussion?
To make sure everybody else who wants to comment has already had an opportunity.
I guess I would say, as we're talking about the language, that going back to that Issaquah would consider, supporting recommendations would make me more comfortable if we're going to go forward with the language. I think it's important to have in, but I still have some of the concerns that Councilmember Winterstein is having as well. So at least if we could put in consider to support recommendations, that would make me feel better.
So I think one of the asks, and it's reflecting it really well, good job with the narrative. I was the one who asked to add that narrative around there, and that's actually very strong. I don't think it really gets diluted if we pause on that one bullet point. That narrative, it wasn't there before. It used to read, Issaquah will seek to work with its state legislative delegation, blah, blah, blah. Now it says, Issaquah is being confronted by significant and mounting congestion, much of it coming from regional pass-through traffic. It really is very impactful, the way it's written right now, and that's kind of what I was looking for, that narrative be very, very strong. So I don't think we're would be diluting that if we take that point out, because it's a specific remedy, and I don't think we're ready for that. So I'm going to handle it, procedurally, if I may.
There's a motion on the table. Additional discussion or questions?
To propose amending the language, is it a?
Well, the motion is to approve the city's final 2017 legislative agenda, is the motion.
Right, but to propose amended language.
Well, if someone would like to amend the motion.
I would like to amend the motion. I'd like to amend the motion to change two things. One is, in the first line where it says do, I would strike do and put to perform. And in the second line, I would strike would look to support. I would change that, consider supporting.
Second.
So the discussion on the amendment?
Could you just read it through?
Full?
Yeah.
As the legislature contemplates the idea of a commission to perform a comprehensive review of the Growth Management Act and make recommendations, Issaquah would consider supporting recommendations that would suggest expanded use of impact and mitigation fees or another revenue source to address regional traffic impacts.
Discussion on the amendment. All those in favor of approving the amendment as stated, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, that carries unanimously. So, approve the city's final 2017 legislative agenda as amended is the motion that is before you. Discussion on a motion as amended.
Yes.
Oh?
Yeah, we amended not the motion, we amended the actual agenda itself. So I appreciate that, Stacy. I mean, it certainly, it goes up to, I think it goes up to a line. But there's so much unknown about all of this, and it is definitely less of a commitment, with the changed language. So that's why I did support the changed language. So I just wanted to say that it's just an area, just as we work with our lobbyist and their firm, just want to make sure that they're very, very clear that there are limits to modifications of the GMA that I think we'd be interested in. And so this really just touches upon that larger topic. And maybe we need to consider continue to have dialogue, with our lobbyists and all of those who are forwarding this agenda. And maybe we need to continue the conversation ourselves, and when it comes to GMA. So that's just my comments for the administration and those of us that'll be working this topic going forward.
Stacy?
And as soon as the legislature decides whether or not it's going to establish a commission, and if it does, then we can vigilantly follow it.
We will. Other questions or discussion? Seeing none, then all those in favor of approving the city's final 2017 legislative agenda is amended signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries unanimously. Moving now to Agenda Bill 7286, amendments to IMC 2-04 or 2.04.030, Committee of the Whole Council meetings. This is in 2013, council moved from monthly Committee of the Whole meetings to a quarterly schedule. Since then, the meetings have been held the fourth Tuesday of March, June, September, and December, as established in the Issaquah Municipal Code. However, due to the holiday schedule, this routinely causes the December meeting to be canceled. The proposed ordinance amends the IMC to maintain the quarterly format, but shift the meetings to the months of January, April, July, and October. This is coming back from the administration. Stacy?
I would move to adopt ordinance number
2788.
amending section 2.04.030 of the Issaquah Municipal Code relating to Committee of the Whole Council meetings.
Second.
Discussion? Paula?
My question is, did we look at, there's a third option. My concern is that many years we do not have the new council constituted in January. It occurs late in January or, committee, sorry, let me back that up a step, committee. Yeah, the council's known, of course, because there's elections, but we don't have necessarily, I'm trying to think leadership. Do I always have leadership decided that quickly?
And this just affects Committee of the Whole meetings.
I understand,
Okay.
but I mean, if we didn't have, I'm just trying to remember if we always have leadership set up by the fourth Tuesday of January, because if we didn't, it wouldn't be clear who would be running that meeting.
I believe the IMC says that council leadership will be determined early at the first meeting in January, and but it can be amended. You can suspend the rules and have the leadership determined early, as we are doing this year.
This year, right, yeah. Okay, well, then that addresses my concern.
Okay. And certainly, it's pretty clear that this is the least complicated thing on our agenda tonight. And the request was to put this on the regular agenda rather than consent, just so that it's visible, just so that we all know and the public knows, so it doesn't get buried, that the schedule's changing. That was it. Very simple.
Any additional discussion or questions? Seeing none, then all those in favor of adopting resolution number 2788, amending section 2.04.030 of the IMC relating to Committee of the Whole meetings, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, that carries unanimously. Moving now to regular business item 9F, Agenda Bill 7219, Gilman Lofts 3 Trails Development Agreement. Keith, is that you?
Wake up.
You know, good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. So part of, so the city received a letter request from the property owner who spoke earlier this evening. and the request was to entertain a development agreement. And that property is currently, that project is currently stopped by the moratorium. And so they are seeking a development agreement to see if there's a pathway for them to move forward. So the moratorium and the things that are listed as kind of catch points would not preclude the council from entering into a new development agreement. Now, whether or not we could actually execute that development agreement before potentially the moratorium ends, I mean, that's a whole other conversation. But I think all that's being asked for now is the letter is asking for us to start the conversation between the city and the applicant for a development agreement for kind of the front of that property that's next to Pagacha, and that includes the potential for the traffic signal on Gilman at the Three Trails crossing. So that would, if the council wants to do that, right now it's being, the motion would be to move it to Land and Shore for a conversation at committee level, and then ultimately would come back for the full council to decide whether or not the city wants to entertain at least a conversation, because that's a dedication of staff resources. So typically the way we've done this in the past has been that the council actually authorizes the commitment of the administration to spend time working on a development agreement, because they typically take a bit of time, a bit of staff time to actually work through. So that's what this first step is just looking for whether or not the council wants to direct the administration to move forward working on a potential development agreement with this applicant. Excuse me.
Mary Lou?
Keith, maybe a little more information around development agreements that we are currently negotiating that are outside of the Central Issaquah area, and also development agreements that are expiring, and how that all fits into the work plan for next year, and then where a new development agreement would then be prioritized.
So development agreements that we're currently working on now include, excuse me, 2 clustered plats, one for Bergsma and one for Silverado. Excuse me. The 2 development agreements that are scheduled to end next year are Issaquah Highlands and Talus. So the development agreements for the clustered subdivisions, the scope and scale of those are fairly straightforward. There's a number of things. We've already actually sent Silverado through Development Commission. It's been through Land and Shore a number of times. I think we have one more stop maybe. Bergsma, we've been to Land and Shore once. It has not been to DC yet. So it has kind of its pathway ahead of it. Ending the development agreements are a bigger task for the administration. You know, we would see definitely quite a bit of public outreach over the course of next year to make sure that the property owners within those 2 development agreements understand, and that goes all the way down to the individual homeowner, understands what we're doing and what that means for them as property owners within those areas. So there's a lot of outreach. I don't think the outcome will be very controversial, because I think what we've at least talked about at a very high level with the council has been preserving what's there kind of in perpetuity with this next step of zoning action. But those things, those things are what they are. This, again, we don't know what the scope of this development agreement with Gilman Lofts would be exactly. I believe it mostly centers around kind of the cost-sharing proposal for the traffic light that the applicant is wanting the city to participate in. But it would also, be for them, obviously, to allow them to move forward before the moratorium is lifted, bless you, for the rest of the city. So I don't know what all else might be in that development agreement. So part of a development agreement, as y'all know, is it's an opportunity for the property owner and the city to kind of negotiate a win-win outcome. And so part of that conversation and what the council might actually perceive as being a win for the city, don't know yet because we haven't done that. So, but I think, it would take 3 to 6 months maybe to go through that process with Gilman Lofts. And I don't see, most of our development agreements tend to be in 4-inch thick 3-ring binders. This is probably closer to 20 to 30 pages max would be my guess.
So the agenda bill is a little bit confusing in terms of timing because it says, one mention is process would commence in January 2017 and be brought to the council by March 17. And then the recommended motion is to refer it to the December 1st Land and Shore and January 5th, and returning to full council on January 17. So that's not 4 to 6 months. So I'm just wondering, which is it? I mean, what?
I don't know yet. It's going to depend on.
The agenda bill, but the agenda bill's inconsistent, so I'm not sure.
So what the agenda bill is asking to do is to refer this to Land and Shore for a conversation and then back to the council for direction on whether or not to move forward with the development agreement. So it either ends there or then we start a development agreement process, which is what might take 3 to 6 months to work through. But we would only do that if you guys authorized us to do that, which would be at the December 5th council meeting, or December, whatever the next one is after that, 19th.
Okay, so, is everybody clear? Okay.
No.
You're saying refer it to Land and Shore for a conversation, and then what kind of conversation?
So the conversation at Land and Shore would be whether or not the committee would recommend the council move forward with a development agreement or not, right? That's the decision that comes out of committee.
Move forward or recommend to you to start working on it.
Right.
It's not what we've done before. Is it? We've gone to, so it comes here, and then it gets referred for a discussion about whether to recommend expending resources, and then it comes back to the full council, and then, so I don't recall that, that seems like an extra step, but that's okay. I'm just making it clear.
There's some unique aspects, because we're in the middle of a moratorium that would be in this development agreement that's not, would be atypical. And so I think what Keith is saying is he'd like the committee to have a conversation around what some of those things mean. So what standard do you vest to when you could actually be changing the standards in 6 months, or 9 months, or 12 months, depending upon what comes out of the moratorium work. So I think there's a lot of issues that are affiliated with this DA that make it a little unique. And I think the director is asking the committee to have a conversation around some of those issues before it comes back to council, because it may come back and say, this is, you know what, we just can't come to a conclusion right now, and we just need to not invest any more time in. Or maybe, you know what, we think we can maybe work through some of these standards, depending on what, how that agreement shapes out and they agree to something in. So I think that's kind of what you're saying. That's why this is a kind of a unique step in the process.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that I wasn't crazy. Okay.
Other questions or discussion? Olde.
So, I'm not on Land and Shore, but one of the things, if we move forward with this evening, is I would want Land and Shore to look closely at, there's a lot on the docket for next year, and a lot of it runs through Keith. And I'm sure you're already thinking of this, and I'm not telling you anything you haven't already thought of, but I would request that Land and Shore take a close look in the context of all the other things that are gonna happen going forward, whether we feel that there's just the time for this amongst the other priorities that the city will be moving forward with in 2017. Thanks.
Other questions or discussion?
Make a motion?
Mary Lou?
Stacy, do you have a question?
No.
Okay. Move to refer AB 7219 to the December 1st, 2016 and January 5th, 2017 Council Land and Shore Committee meetings for review and recommendation, returning to the full council on January 17th, 2017.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any additional discussion? Paul?
So, yeah, we're gonna discuss whether or not, a couple things. I mean, so I can see a benefit of like, you know what, let's look at one of these early on in this moratorium and have a council make a decision whether or not this, you know, a development agreement like this under these circumstances makes sense or not, or we think we can be successful. I think that's an okay conversation. Then but the other conversation is, and this is what Stacy, I think, and Olde just said as well, is like, you know, even if we think we can make it work, can we we're really adding quite a burden to the work plan, which I think is already significant already. So, you know, that's what I have to decide. My vote tonight is going to reflect, you know, part of me just says, listen, let's not add anything to the work plan. We got a couple things, we need to get them done, we need to get them done good. This may have some merit, I don't know, we haven't looked at it, but let's just park it and wait. And so, you know, we heard this evening, we had from public comments, I think you said the owner, I don't think it was the owner, it was a representative.
He's a rep.
Of the owner, that it was there was a little bit of a, okay, you know, this is everything you want, but if we don't get a DA, then we're just gonna do a super tire store. And it's like, really? Okay. Sounded like a little bit of a negotiating position. It'd be if this goes forward to committee, we should explore that possibility. What's the reality of it not turning out the way we would prefer?
Additional discussion? Stacy?
One of the things I heard is the potential opportunity to share in the improvement there at that intersection. And so the only reason that I would consider moving this forward is because of that potential opportunity. Otherwise, I wouldn't be remotely interested at this point. So I would support this going to Land and Shore to be looked at, in just a little bit more depth. And boy, there has to be something very compelling there in order for me to consider whether we want to take this on. But to me, that is one reason. We have many times over the past several months talked about transportation and traffic issues being number one, and that we meant what we said and said what we meant when we were going to start addressing it. And so I would like to know more about what that proposal is and or potential proposal. But that would be the only reason I would be considering it.
And I think, Keith, what would be important for me in a first discussion at Land and Shore would be that there is an approved proposal that meets the existing code for Central Issaquah, a code that we're looking at revising. This is a new proposal. It would be required to make some significant traffic improvements anyway because it's much denser use than the originally approved proposal. And I'd kind of like to understand exactly under the current code that we have, what would they have had to provide anyway in terms of transportation improvements? And then what is the difference? Because this is a much denser proposal with much higher impact to the intersection than what was previously approved. That would be important for me to really understand that.
earlier this year at a infrastructure meeting, I think we had a conversation about this. And one of the things that stood out in my mind, I think Stacy, I remember you calling this out, which was very insightful, in that there's actually multiple issues with that Three Trails crossing. And it's not just about where the walkway is now, moving it in, or in the alignment of the trail, but it's the convergence of Dogwood and Rainier, which is just south of Gilman by 10 feet. And if I remember in infrastructure, we were told, yeah, but what we're talking about doesn't address that convergence of Dogwood and Rainier. And I think the feeling is like, you're going to fix this intersection, you're going to have to address that part of it. And my intuition tells me that that's correct. And so, if we go forward with this, then I would hope that the entire scope of that area was considered as part of the improvement, and not just along Gilman, and not address the convergence of Dogwood and Rainier.
I mean Juniper.
Do it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
you're right. Yeah, I was just seeing if anybody was listening.
Wow, this is a much bigger project than I thought it was all the way to Dogwood.
Yeah, one of those cross streets that come
Yeah, one of
across
those
from
ones.
Newport. Right, the northern one, Juniper. Yeah, you knew what I was talking about.
Yeah, where
right?
Washington Federal is.
Exactly,
So the
exactly.
good news with the DA is we have the ability to say what we want to have happen. And I clearly heard at infrastructure that south leg was important to the committee. And so I think we'll start the conversations by talking about all four legs of that intersection and not just three.
All right, thank you.
Additional discussion or questions? Seeing none, and all those in favor of referring Agenda Bill 7219 to the December 1st, 2016 and January 5th, 2017 Council Land and Shore Committee meeting for review and recommendation, returning to the full council on January the 17th, 2017, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries unanimously. That concludes, I believe, our last item under regular business. As I announced in the mayor's report, we'll now move into executive session for the purpose of discussing property acquisition and pending/potential litigation for RCW 42.30.110 paren 1 paren B and paren 1 paren I. Action is anticipated to follow on an open session. The executive session will take approximately 35 minutes. And with that, we are moving into executive session.
Pretty please.
I'm looking right, it's great that we had that mitigation information. I'm gonna tell you, we have $14 million in the ending fund balance. Got it right here.
Million.
Right there.
We are back in regular session. Council President Goodman.
I move that we authorize the mayor to execute a purchase and sale agreement with Puget Sound Energy to purchase property and a temporary construction easement necessary for the Southeast 62nd Street project for $178,000.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor of authorizing the mayor to execute a purchase and sale agreement with Puget Sound Energy to purchase property and a temporary construction easement necessary for the Southeast 62nd Street project for $178,000, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries unanimously. Stacy?
Thank you. I'd like to make a second motion. I move to authorize the mayor to execute a purchase and sale agreement to buy land from the Trust for Public Lands as discussed in executive session for $500,000.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, then, all those in favor to authorize the mayor to execute a purchase and sale agreement to buy land from the Trust for Public Lands as discussed in executive session for $500,000, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries unanimously. We will now move to good of the order. Seeing none, then, we are adjourned at 11:25.
Oh, my goodness.
You know, if you keep it 7 tomorrow.
We just meet now.